Hey, pretty good. Except for this waiting for the boat stuff. I should be able to make 40-90 today, get my final set of spells, just a couple bubbles away. Looking forward to that a lot. Somebody asked me in chat the other day what my play time was, but I think that it's busted because it's showing the play time, I think, or rather the amount of time that's expired since the character was created rather than the play time. That doesn't bother me much, but I didn't realize that. Yeah, I'm thinking when Kunark gets out, it's gonna be a horrible grind for me. I might really regret maining a ranger. We'll see. Probably not. I've been pretty cheerful about it for the most part. I'm willing to make a few sacrifices. Most people, right? So I'm planning to do right now is when I get to Ocean of Tears, I'm going to get off at the Sea Furies, and if I compromise by saying I'll pass on all of the loot, I can probably get a necromancer or a mage to group with me, and that I really need to. I can't really reasonably solo that content. So yeah, the penalty is in force until sometime after Velius, and I'm not waiting that long. So I sort of there's a part of me that is not unhappy about the XP penalty, right? I think it was a design mistake, but it creates a social environment where I have to be extra creative, right? It's sort of a like, throwing down the gauntlet kind of a challenge. It's like, yeah, I'll do it anyway. So that's been fun. I didn't realize. So I can solo stuff, right? Giants. But it takes quite a while. It's not really very efficient. I guess it's cost efficient enough in terms of I can make some plat, but it's certainly not as fast as other classes, and it's much slower than if I duel with one other melee, that can just punch him in the back while I hold aggro with Flame Lick. So. Yeah, I don't really know if it ever really changes, and I have not played on live since before Kunark was released, so I really can't speak to anything that's post Velius at all. I have a few friends that have played on live, and they like it quite a lot, but I'm unfamiliar with what's there. Um, I think that things get better for Rangers with True Shot and Blade Wall. Those are disciplines, melee disciplines that they get after Velius at some point, but they have limited application, right? Blade Wall has some application rating. I mean, you can use it's not useless, right? It's useful in group content, but it's really useful in rating. And True Shot is pretty decent DPS, although over time you're still probably better off with a rogue or something else. Just that Rangers can do it at range, right? They can make some high range arrows, and I don't know. There's some content that matters for in Valios with which I'm unfamiliar since I really haven't done much raiding. I hope to do that this time around. I might have to take along with some other guilds. I hope that maybe Iron Price will let me go with them when they raid sometime. But I'm getting to level 50 before I even ask. So. Right, and even if I don't get any loot ever, I just want to see those parts of the game and like participate a little bit, right? You know, it feels very much like EverQuest is segregated, you know, between casual and I can't remember what the other word that they use here. They're sort of intentionally chosen derogative language that is understand the community to be not derogatory. I can't remember what the other half of it is. So the casual scum and elitist something or other. I don't remember. Whatever it is, right? I want to see that stuff, and I'll be willing to do some. You know, if they need me to poop sock a camp or something, I would be willing to do that once or twice. Maybe be a little more interactive with the chat than I usually am. Since I would just be sitting there doing nothing but tracking, right, for hours, you know, for a dragon or something like that. I would also be willing to, I'd be willing to pass on all loot, of course, to get in on a raid with one of these guilds that actually does it. You know, I realize that the really good stuff, it drops so rarely that very, very few of the people who play this game will ever get their hands on, you know, a no drop from fear or from hate or whatever. So it's just a reality, and I don't want to be critical, right? I think that it forces the players to set social goals that they otherwise might be disinclined so to do, right? That you see in so many MMOs these days that the content is just too easy, right? And there's so much you can solo like all the way to max level, and that's a mistake. It's the wrong way to design, right? And whatever. I don't want to be critical, right? If you like one of these games, I played them. There's some that I kind of like. Maybe be a little embarrassed. What I played. I can't remember what it was called now. There was a robot flash game called Zero something or other. I might be able to find it if I search for it. And it was not great. Microtransactions and I don't know, and just the most awful kind of grind that you can imagine. But anyway, I played that for a little while in college, and but it didn't have the social aspects built into it the way that this game does, and I have high hopes for Pantheon. I'm a Pledger supporter, a long time. Really, I was playing on Blue when they brought on. Yeah, raiding is tough, definitely. I was playing on Blue. I was playing a Druid on Blue, which explains why I never did any raiding. When they had the interview with Brad McQuaid and friends, and I pledged from the very earliest days. I didn't quite get in the Kickstarter before that shut down, but I pledged almost immediately after that when they opened up their own website, and I participated heavily in the early days on the message boards when they were deciding how they wanted to proceed. And I think I had a hand in a couple of things. I think that I had a hand in persuading them that they should not abandon crafting. I think that I also maybe had a small hand in convincing them once crafting was in the game that they should have some places within dungeons that were hard to access, that would allow crafters to craft unique stuff. Right, I made a long. They put out. They sent out an email to all their supporters, asking with like a questionnaire, right? Like, here's what are you looking for, you know, what things are important to you. And I wrote them. I hope it wasn't too long, right? But it was a bit of a wall of text about how they needed to have, you know, I wanted to be able to go on an adventure wherein I would fight my way through a horde of orcs to Mount Doom, you know, so that I could forge the One Ring, right? And like, I wasn't being literal. I said, obviously, you don't need to copy. You don't need to get, you know, into a copyright war with whoever owns the rights to Lord of the Rings, but there should be things like this in the game. It would be so fun and so cool. And so when they did the, I don't even remember which one it was. I don't remember the name of the zone, but they eventually in the videos they introduced a zone wherein they had something like this, and I'm like, that is exactly what I was asking for. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. So yeah, I don't, you know, I don't claim a lot of credit. There were other people. There were two other people that hammered really, really hard for crafting when it was out. I think, oh, I can't remember. One of them was Canadian Zegony, and the other one, I don't remember. I would have to look him up. It might have been Mortis. I don't know. I would have to go on. I can look him up if you really want me to. But there were two other people. One of them had played quite a lot of I don't know the previous project that they had worked on. I'm drawing a blank here. But there was a project that they that Brad had worked on before Pantheon that failed. And anyway, he had done crafting in that game. He sent me a PDF that like had all the information. Vanguard, thank you. And he sent me a PDF that had all the information about crafting in Vanguard. I'm like, yeah, you know, if they could reproduce this, like it would not be trivial, right? But if they could reproduce it, that would be totally sweet. And so I have really, really high hopes. And you know, my expectations are tempered. The game doesn't need to have great crafting to be great. But I hope that they stick to their, you know, their stated goals, their stated visions. I hope that they don't bow before the bang mobs, and that they give me the game that they want. And I want them to make a bunch of money, right? But you know, it might spell the end of P99 if they do a really good job, because everybody will be wanting to play there. But you know, I guess I don't know what Neil Bogg and Rogian would have to say about that if that were to happen. But anyway, so I've got to, if I'm going to do some raiding, now is the time, right? There might not be options down the road for me, right, if I want to do this. So we'll see. Once I get level 50 here, I'll start lobbying. I've got the guild leader for, well, he's sort of the right-hand man who's in charge while the leader is away. For the Iron Price Guild, and I think I can negotiate something that would allow me to go with them on a raid. And maybe, I mean, my guild is so small here, maybe we can just bring everybody along if they want to come. I think that would be just peachy. I would love it. So almost there. Got a couple levels to go. Yeah, I wish that I had played Vanguard. But I was busy with other stuff in my life, and I really didn't hear about it until it was, you know, long after the fact. So it was never really going to be a thing. It was never even on my radar. I played a bit of EQ2 with a friend briefly, long after the release, when they were doing I played at the beginning of some sort of progression server or another, and I was gravely disappointed. The content was not challenging. It was such a cakewalk, right? It was just go here, do this quest, go there, do that quest. I I couldn't find any content that was even remotely challenging. I guess there were some, I can't remember what I think I was killing elementals outside one of the dungeons in the Common Lands, and that was mildly challenging enough to be a little bit interesting while I was waiting for my roommate to get up one morning. And I made enough gold for him to buy Game Pass to pay him back for the time that he bought me a month, right? Because he wanted me to play with him. So, you know, I wouldn't go back to it. It was not very good. Yeah, that's the impression that I get about Vanguard as well. But just because it was a failed project doesn't mean that there wasn't innovation there, that they can't build upon. It's just yeah, these things happen. They happen a lot, right? There are a lot of failed projects out there that we never hear about. There are a lot of people who have good ideas that never reach the marketplace, and it's easier than ever to program a game, right? I should make some effort, right? I'm not a complete novice in programming. I've done some real world projects, internships and whatnot. I should take a hand at Unity and see if I can make something small and fun that I can put on a resume that might give me a job in that field. I think I would enjoy it much more than the work that I've done recently. Yeah, there are a number of people on the forums in the early days that did play Vanguard. Both of the other people who were, what do we call it? Lobbying, we'll call it, for crafting, had done it in Vanguard. Also, I was persuaded of something. I was initially against the idea of item decay of any sort, and Mortis, I think, made the argument to me. He was talking about how in EVE Online, how almost all of the items are player crafted, and that every item has an entry point and an exit point, and it allows for the very impressive economy that game has. And I was initially against that idea, but he eventually persuaded me that every item needs an exit as well as an entrance. You have the currency economy, but you also have the item economy that you have to manage. And there are some things that they've talked about. I don't think that they'll have item decay per se. They've talked about it a little bit in the streams, right? And it doesn't seem necessarily that it's out altogether. If they do have it, it'll be muted. Perhaps it won't be, the same sort of thing that you have in EVE, where your ship gets blown up and it's gone. You gotta build another one or buy another one or whatever, right? And I think that's maybe they have to make some sacrifices there, just because there are too many people who. Their expectations would not be met if the game had significant item decay. However, they talk about having, sacrificing items. I really hope that they have some things like that, so that they can remove some of those items from the economy. I don't know. We'll see what the game designers can come up with. I have really high regard for Jopa, and I don't know all their names, right? Ronik. I can't remember the producer's name, but I really want this game to succeed, right? What I need to go on their website. They keep saying, talk to us. We have investment opportunities. I should go to them and see if there's something that I would be able to participate in there. I would love to be able to support them in that way also, in addition to just pledging. I just, it's been so disappointing to see uh, the curve of development in MMOs follow the mass production model, so to speak. What's going to appeal to the highest number of people? And I hate to say it, right, but any game that is made for the masses isn't probably a game that I want to play very much, for the most part. Or at least not a game that I'm going to play more than once, that's for sure. Right, I might play Call of Duty or some such, but I'm only going to play through the single player content. Uh, I'm a little old to get in on the competitive, uh, Twitch game. And I don't mean Twitch in terms of the service that you're using, right? But Twitch games in terms of having a high reaction time and being really competitive, Counter Strike and whatnot. Those days are long behind me. I was not a terrible Counter Striker back in the day, but I didn't have a decent connection, and you kind of need one. Now that I have one, I could get onto that scene, but I've really heard horror stories from some of my friends who have played competitively that the cheating is really really bad, and that just sounds really unappealing to me. I it's too bad that they can't adjust for that. I would love to play a clean game, like I was able to once upon a time, but I'm not gonna invest my time in something where you constantly have to worry about people cheating. It's just not worth it to me. Yeah, so you got to have a lot of that stuff server side. Yeah, it's complicated. It's a non-trivial problem, right? They can do stuff, right? It's so hard in this age of virtual machines to catch cheaters. You really have to be invasive on your user's hardware. You know, you have to install this stuff that really runs at a low level to tell if the person is running their game on a virtual machine to see if they're cheating or not. It's an arms race, and for the present time, the cheaters have won essentially. Uh, sad story, but true. Yeah, I'm not going to install something that's going to harm my performance just to play a game. I'll just play a different game that doesn't have that problem. It isn't like don't have a massive backlog of single player games like most gamers out there, right? I have so many, I have so many classic RPGs on GOG that I've never played. You know, the whole Ultima Avatar series. I think I don't know if it starts with Ultima 4. I think through 8. Um, a lot of gamers from my era have a lot of great things to say about that series, and I've never played it. And I might stream that sometime. We'll see. We'll see. That could be fun. But never played it, and um, I have a whole lot of other games just like it. All right, all right. Yeah, yeah. Come back, chat with me. Um, that'll be fun. Hopefully, it's not boring. I tend to dislike meetings most of the time. Hopefully, it's something productive and I don't know, relevant for the company that you're working for. So what I plan on doing here, I'm going to hop off on the Sea Fury Island and go around and get. I'm just going to talk to anybody who's soloing there and see if I can convince them to let me group with them. If they're level 50, they shouldn't care about the experience. And if I just tell them I'll join them and pass on all of the loot, then they get to loot faster and I get to get experience. So that is the trade that I'm going to offer once I get there. We'll see if there are any takers. I really can't solo that content effectively. It might be possible for me to kill one Sea Fury if I fill my entire inventory with arrows, but it would not at all be worth the amount of time that it would take. I mean, there's a number of places in this zone that I've never been to, right? I've never gotten off here. I don't know if I can con these guys from the boat. I don't think so. It doesn't look like it. Anyway, we want to get off of the Sea Furies anyway. I've never gone to Dino Island. There's a number of stuff that I've never done in all the years that this game has been out. I have it's a shark bone hammer in my offhand, and what's that other one called? Orc impaler in the right hand, or in the main hand. Here you can see what they are. Uh, the Sharkbone Warhammer, there is some contention as to whether or not it is better than Morin's sword, which I have in my bank. I don't really know. I haven't made up my mind. The delay is very, very slightly better, but it also doesn't have the strength bonus, and I don't know uh, after all the math is done which one comes out ahead. But this is what I've been using. I should maybe try switching it back, but I think this person might be botting or boxing. We're doing okay. I've made half a bubble so far. I didn't. I went almost all the way around the island before I got any takers. I didn't check the level of the other people in my group, but it was acceptable for them if I passed on all the loot. So it's acceptable to me if stay as long as they like. They'll probably leave when the druid runs out of bat wings, which I think he has 7 left. But that might be long enough. We'll see. Yeah, it's actually busier today than I had imagined. A lot of competition for Sea Furies on the island. Oh, Fires of Heaven you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know if they just took it from the original or if there are actually some original members. I suspect maybe a little bit of a mix, but there's probably one or two people who played in Fires of Heaven on live that are in the present one. Honestly, I don't know much about them. I couldn't really tell you anything. Blizzard. They used to be such a great company. I don't know what happened. And they may still be a great company to work for. I can't comment there, but I used to love every product that they put out, and now I don't. And I don't know exactly what the difference is, except I think that's something about World of Warcraft changed the overall outlook of their development team, and challenge no longer seemed to be the focus. I don't know. Maybe that's a little harsh, but I love Blizzard. I would love to see them go back to their roots, so to speak. It's kind of a cliche, but I don't know. I don't think I'll see that happen. They're a AAA company now, and they have to meet their sales goals and whatnot, and that mostly means they're not marketing to me in the first place. So, wah wah wah. Yeah, I know that there's been a change of staff, and that sort of thing happens over time, right? They've been around a while, so and I would still say that computer science is really, we're still emerging from its infancy, right? We're still developing better tools for writing software, and but I don't know, it's still changing very quickly in my view. So it just there's no way to avoid the change. I once read a book by James Burke called The Axe Maker's Gift, and the main premise is that inevitably, whenever we innovate, we change the environment and new problems arise, and that can be seen easily within software development as a whole, and within gaming in particular. And it's okay, right? There are a lot of it used to be when I was a young man, Nintendo was synonymous with playing video games. And while there was such a thing as computer games, most people didn't have a computer. And so, among me and my peers, the only games that we knew were these NES titles. And most of us were able to play most of the games. And so, you could talk about Legend of Zelda or, Mega Man or, Mega Man 2, Contra, Ninja Turtles 2. There were a ton of titles that we had all played, right? That we could talk about or whatever. I remember the Legend of Zelda being a really, it was really a collaborative effort, right? None of us figured out all of the puzzles on our own. It was a combined effort of this person figured out that puzzle, that person figured out this puzzle, and then eventually one of us finally was able to beat the game. But it was a shared victory. It really was awesome. I can remember when we finally beat Legend of Zelda. It was years. It took us years to do it. Of course, we were very young children, so probably wouldn't have taken so long if we were a little older. Yeah, I mean, no internet back then, or it would have been a whole different story, I'm sure. I mean, some of those games were so hard. I think about Castlevania and Ninja Gaiden in particular. Really, I cut my teeth on those sorts of games, right? Super C. So a lot of the games that are made for the masses these days don't really meet my expectations for. I would say, and EQ is guilty of this as well. I would say that these games trained me to be masochistic about my entertainment. And I can't really undo that. I don't, I don't blame anyone who prefers a more casual experience. But it's not ever going to be for me at this point. I'm too old to change that about myself. So as far as Blizzard, yeah, I played a ton of StarCraft back in the day. That's maybe, I mean, there are plenty of people who played it more than I did, even among my peers. But I have one claim to fame. I went to a tournament at a local state university, and I was out, I think, in the third round, but we played a free-for-all, just sitting around while we were waiting for everybody to finish up. And I won that game playing defensively. There was an island where I had been able to establish myself in the lower left corner of the map, and I had my base blowed up 3 times in that match, and I so regret. It's one of the biggest regrets of my life that I didn't save that match. It was so it was so awesome. It was so unbelievable that I won because I came back from so many serious losses. But yeah, playing defensively, they couldn't break my defense on that little island, and they eventually gave up, I think, when he ran out of resources. Yeah, it was just that one tournament that I participated in, and I didn't have a connection that was really decent enough to do BattleNet. So, um, I'm sure that I didn't really have any skill worthy of comment, right? But that one time I managed to pull a victory anyway. Yeah, I really do. I do have that. And I don't know that anybody else who was there would remember it, but maybe the guy that came in second place in that free for all, he he made quite an effort. I had to repel several attacks, and in the end, he decided he couldn't do it. And I'd never won a game that way before. It had always been, total victory or defeat. I never had somebody GG before that. So, well, not in that way. GG when I was playing defensively, I'd never had that. So, a rare thing, right? And I would suppose somebody who knew what they were doing would have been able to defeat me, but it is what it is. I only really have one other claim, well, that I can think of at the moment anyway. I I got late into a Counter-Strike match on Dust, and my whole team was dead. And I managed to kill the entire other team, and I had they planted the bomb up on the box, and I just it was literally right down to just a sliver, no more than a quarter inch across on the disarm box when it blew up in my face, and everybody was like, "Oh!" I'll never probably do anything so impressive again in terms of gaming. That was an unbelievably good, luck mostly. I was able to catch the rest of them by surprise, but Yeah, it is. It is a little strange, right? But I remember such a time, of course, so it's not that strange to me. Yeah, I know that one of my friends was so good that I would not have been able to defend against him. He would have crushed me. But he wasn't in that game, so. In a way, I wish that there was some way for me to give the younger generation that collaborative experience I had playing The Legend of Zelda. There's no the internet has essentially broken anything that might have resembled that model because the information is so available. Um, but that was such a positive experience for me. But it simply it's not something that I think is available today. I could be wrong about that, but um, with internet connected devices everywhere, with most young people having their own phone, I don't see that as a realistic possibility. I don't know. It's just something that's lost to history. As I suppose there are numerous other things that are lost to history before my time. It's just the nature of the beast, the nature of the axe maker's gift, so to speak. Yeah, if you want to find that report and link it, I'll take a look, just for kicks. I I can't really comment on StarCraft 2 because I don't have my own copy of it. I played through the single player of Wings of Liberty because they released that for free, which I quite liked. Um, but I'm sure that my skill. I'm essentially a novice when it comes to multiplayer. I'm just memorizing the production cues and all that stuff is more effort than I want to put into it. But I have you know I have respect. Watching those Koreans, in the Star League, they're really really good at what they do. It's really fun to watch those really skilled people play. That's okay. I understand. I walls of text, right? Some summarization is, it's a skill we develop over time, I suppose, and we don't always exercise, to its fullest extent. Let's take a look. So you got to tell me which one was you. I hate medics or this uh, ZC Uniplank. Yeah, Lost Temple was a popular map, I recall. He's got some screen caps. That's cool. You must be. I hate medics. I can see in the score there. Oh, okay. I was wrong. So you were the underdog. No, those games are the best. Even like any sort of game that's close. I can remember uh, three of my cousins who were older than me. They had a ping pong table in their home, and at Thanksgiving one year at my uncle's place, he had a ping pong table in his basement, and I played each one of them in turn. And I was climbing the skill curve noticeably over the course of the day, and while I wasn't able to beat any of them, I was I was getting better, and it was really enjoyable. A lot of close matches that I just couldn't quite pull out of the hat. But I wouldn't trade that. Right, those losses were very enjoyable. Yeah, those close games are really the best. I gotta find another group here. It looks like I'm still able to sell some stuff. I'm sure that Fraxus will be along later. We can do Giants or Sea Furies. You can give me the rest of the way to 49. If I need to solo the rest of the way, that shouldn't be too bad. But when I played on blue, I single played most of the way, and I really think that was a mistake. I've had a much better experience playing with groups, even with all the prejudice that Rangers face on green, than I ever had playing solo on blue. And yeah, I wouldn't ever do it that way again. I think I was doing it wrong. To each their own, of course. But hindsight being what it is, I would have played it differently. I know my prices are probably a little on the cheap side, but I really hate sitting there trying to sell stuff. I just mark it down and somebody buys it, hopefully, or I mark it down further. To me, it's about the most boring thing, and I realize it hurts me economically, but I get it back in playtime that I enjoy, so. I think I probably have enough. I need to spend a little time sitting here, maybe on a Sunday, so I can buy a fishbone earring. But there isn't really anything else that I want to buy per se. I think anything else I'll just work to get the drop. I'm not going to compete over that stupid camp though. It's such a ridiculous camp. Yep, there are people who play it that way, definitely, just sitting in the tunnel. That is, it's a very common, I shouldn't say it's very common, right? But those people tend to be the richest players in the game, right? They're willing to make that sacrifice. They know the prices, right? I wouldn't know them without looking them up. But I don't know. It's just not the experience that I want, right? I could make spreadsheets and do all that stuff. You know, if I'm going to play a game like that way, though, I think that there are better offerings out there, right? Jokingly, people refer to Eve as spreadsheets online sometimes, and I really think that game economically offers a better marketplace experience overall. Not that this is bad. I would put EQ at number 2 in that slot. But if I did want to play that sort of game, right, I would pick Eve instead of a request. Yeah, it's not at all uncommon to see somebody sitting in the tunnel, at like level 5 and, more or less completely naked. That is to say no equipment. Just because that's what they want to do, right? And more power to them. It's actually, to me, it is an impressive bit of a design, given that this game, I believe, predates Eve by a bit. It's impressive that they were able to design a game where in such an environment could organically emerge. There's a lot of the gameplay that the developers didn't really anticipate. If you're willing to dig through all the old forum posts and whatnot, there's quite a bit of commentary on that. And that's something that I really like to see come out of a new title. Yeah, there's a lot of criticism with regards to the lack of an auction house, and it is an additional challenge. So in in addition to the lack of an auction house, trade in this game is also inhibited by just the very finite number of inventory slots that are available, where you can never have more than 80 slots in your standard inventory or 80 slots in the bank. That's the maximum. And so just, I guess it's not that hard to create a new character and level them up to level 5 so they don't get deleted, and then get some more slots that way. But you're juggling, multiple characters or whatnot. That becomes its own sort of a hassle in terms of accessibility, right, and annoyance factor in having to log in and log out and whatnot. And so that's a fairly common criticism. I would say that the introduction of auction houses into World of Warcraft definitely changed it. And it's different. Is it better? It might be. It's certainly more convenient at the end of the day for the player. Most of the way that items exit the game in EQ is because somebody stops playing, right, and it's just sitting in their account, and essentially, that item gets removed. The other way is items that are, no trade, no drop. They're essentially removed when somebody picks them up. And they built more than a few gold sinks into the game in order to prevent the currency from just inflating out of hand. I actually think that it was a mistake when they removed weight from EQ. It is definitely more convenient for the casual player to not have to think about it. But I think it was a mistake overall, right? Having to be concerned with weight, it causes the weight reduction bags to have value, and it also causes you have to consider, right, how long do you have, having to go to a bank and drop stuff off, right? You have to plan for those realities. And while it is a hindrance, I will make this argument. And it's not a strong argument because it has a foundation that is rooted in, what do we call that? Rhetoric. It's rooted in rhetoric, and I'm just admitting that up front. But the argument that I would make, what was I saying now? In favor of having the weight, coins having weight. So you'll recall, if you've seen The Matrix, that the first version of The Matrix failed. They made it a utopia, and it failed. And that is a bit of fiction. It doesn't really stand good as a foundation for an argument, and that's essentially what I'm using. And I would say is I agree with that assertion. If there was ever such a nightmarish dystopian future, wherein a virtual environment was created to, for humanity to inhabit, if they made it into a paradise, it would fail. People would be miserable. In a certain sense, I think, not universally per se, but enough of the population really needs something to complain about. They need to have challenges to overcome, so to speak. And in many ways, the best challenges that we have in our life, or at least the most commonly accessible challenges, are these social challenges that we face day to day in various aspects of our existence. And I guess the coin reduction is not really a social challenge, but it is an annoyance. I'm often annoyed by the general public, people in the world. I'm annoyed by the sheer idiocy that I observe around me, but there's no help for it. There isn't really anything that I can do that will cause the people around me, or myself for that matter, to behave in a rational way consistently, right? That's going to not cause me to sigh constantly, right, when I have to interact, especially in the workplace, right? The fact of the matter is I have to hide a very great deal of my identity just to get along in such environments, and that's okay, right? That's not that much of a sacrifice, but in terms of just being yourself, it's not allowed for me to be myself in public. And the reality is I don't have to be in public that much, so it's not a big deal. But these sorts of annoyances they are a part of our existence, and I would argue that we've developed even genetically, right? I don't know about genetic memory and that stuff maybe, but we definitely developed genetically uh, to respond to these social challenges, and I think without them, uh, our experience is lessened somehow. I think that even in like a tribal environment where you have, essentially might is right, and the highest status males competing for, or the men competing with each other for, for mate retention and just access to reproduction. That has its own sense of misery, but I can't imagine artificially creating some environment and having it be preferable to the reality, that is the often miserable part of the human experience. And part of that is that I think very much that in tasting those bitter aspects of our life, we can learn to tell the difference between the bitter and the sweet. Right. I can cherish the sweet so much more because I've experienced the bitter. And if all we had was the sweet, it would be miserable. And I think in many ways that's why this game has had such a long run. If you include Project 99 in that 1999 in that run, it's enjoyed that long run because it offers a fair amount of that bitter, much more so than most games, and a large account of that is not really the game design itself, right? But emergent play that's come out of the game design. Most of the best gear will never be accessible by the majority of people that play. It doesn't drop often enough. The content is contested. You might well play for years in a guild, doing all the really hard poop socking and bat phoning and all of that stuff, and never get, I shouldn't say never, right? But you might put in a great deal of effort to get those drops that you really want, and it is so much more meaningful as a consequence. And I don't fault anybody who wants a different experience. I don't at all, right? I don't think that experience is for everybody, but I think it serves to explain to some degree why this game has had such a long run, right? And why there's a fair number of people out there that are chomping at the bit for a modern experience that is similar, hence the Pantheon. And if you're not a supporter, and you agree with some of the rhetoric that I've been putting out there, I take a look at Pantheon and consider becoming a supporter. I am one. I've given them a big chunk of money because I want to see that project come to fruition. So I don't sell anything else on my channel, but I am a verbal supporter at least of Pantheon, and I would encourage you to be so if you agree, right? And if not, right, it should be a marketplace. So that's what I think. So Dusty Mud, I went on a long monologue there, and I'm not sure what you were commenting on. If you care to fill in the blank, I'll try to respond. Yep, I agree with what you commented there, Uniplank. We're not really equipped to live in a utopia. We would be miserable. Yeah, I think you're right. I have a character on blue, and I just didn't really put in enough effort on the raid scene to get any of the drops. But I quite enjoyed the guild that I was in. I wasn't able to. They raided in the morning, and at the time I wasn't able to participate much, and so I never even completed my epic, sadly. But I intend to do all of those things this time around. If Pantheon doesn't come out before I complete those goals, hopefully you'll see some of those things on this channel. Get an epic, right? Has been a long time goal of mine. I mean to at least achieve that goal. And I think I need to maybe get a couple more members in my guild, but that may be something that's within reach. If I have to you know, if some of the members of my guild choose to lead, I might have to join another guild to accomplish that. But I think it is that at least should be within reach, and maybe a few other things. It'd be cool to go into Sky and do some of that stuff. But I think if Pantheon is a success, it will be very harmful to the population overall. Of course, that might not be bad, right? If the population dies because of Pantheon, you know, maybe I can come on here and do some of that raid content. Yeah, you know, I don't, if, I'm not, not at all critical of people who are skeptical about Pantheon, right? I think there's good cause to be skeptical, so to speak. You know, it is what it is, right? We have a finite amount of energy in our life, right? But there isn't really anything else out there that I care to be optimistic about. At least in terms of games, right? There's plenty of other philosophical things and whatnot, but I'm not. There isn't another a game out there that really is in production that I'm aware of, right? That has the sort of design objectives that you know that I put forth here that I want to see in a title, and it could be that there's simply not support for such a product in the marketplace, right? That could very much be the case. I don't know. Yeah, you know, honestly, I don't care too much about the art. I do care about the gameplay a great deal. The art that I've seen heretofore has met my expectations. I shouldn't say, well, yeah, it has, right? The gameplay, insofar as what they presented, you know, it's along the lines of what I'm hoping for. It's clear that they have a lot of work to do. But I'm satisfied with what I've seen so far. But you just you don't know. You don't know. The project could fail. That's certainly a possibility. Uh, the future being uncertain. So, I don't know. I don't know that I think the gameplay is slower than EQ. Maybe. I think it's too early to say for sure, right? There's so many things that are not in stone per se. I am hoping for a much larger world. One of the things that the classic era suffers from here a great deal is there's so much competition even for just experience camps, you know, that have no economic value. You know, it's been a bit tight here on green, and a lot of that is due to current events that are outside of the control of, you know, anyone really. But it's been a little bit miserable for some of my peers trying to get groups and whatnot. Um, I expected that it was going to be miserable for me playing a ranger, but I think maybe I have a higher tolerance for such things overall. Yeah, I don't. Overall, if the gameplay is slower, that doesn't. You know, it's sort of, if we break that down a bit, right? If the experience curve is slower, that doesn't bother me. I guess I don't. I think the gameplay in EQ is slow enough. I don't need it to be slower. But I don't think that I can really say for sure what Pantheon is going to be at this point. It may be, as you say, it may be different. Yeah, I should find something to do here. Did I drop all my plat off? I did. I need to get some coin and maybe go buy some arrow materials. That's what everybody wants to do, is watch me create arrows. Yeah, crafting, about one of the most boring things to watch, I'm sure. But maybe we could talk about something more interesting in the meantime. Yeah, the skill ceiling definitely matters to me. That's really important. But I think the gameplay that I've seen firsthand so far has been early stuff, and I expect the experience curve to rise, or maybe I should say I expect the skill cap to rise as you climb the experience curve. I hope that that's the case, but uh, that's something that they need to deliver on, and it's not something I think that we can really know yet without being on the development team or having played the content that they've made so far. And we will know, I think, fairly shortly with this Fairthale project that they keep talking about. When that comes out, we should be able to get. I don't know how much of the level curve that they'll have there, um, but it may tell the story, right? And I really want it to have a high skill cap. I want the skill ceiling to be so high that there are people who are simply better than I am, right? And that's okay, right? It just it's the nature of the human experience that we all at any given task fall on a bell curve, and within games, I want that bell curve to exceed my own ability, so that I am optimally challenged in that experience, and that necessarily means then that there's going to be somebody who's better than me. Right, maybe I need 10 platinum here for this. Yeah, I've been so invested from the early days. So I was talking about this earlier, so if I'm repeating myself, I apologize. But I participated back when they had the P99 staff had Brad and friends on to interview them on their Twitch channel, on the P99 Twitch channel. I contributed a very large sum. Not to pat myself on the back. I really wanted to see that project to succeed. I wanted to be a part of that, and so I made a serious sacrifice. And so it's very fair to say that I have sunk costs. I have a vested interest in the outcome. In addition to the economic contribution, I participated heavily on the message boards in argumentation in the early days when they were discussing what they did and didn't want. And so I have a large chunk of my life that I have vested in the outcome, and I very much want it to succeed, even if some of their design decisions depart from my preferences. Hope can be eternal. I think for me, I have certain prejudices in this regard that I'm not really going to get around when it comes to Pantheon. Yep, I agree. It takes time to make a really good game that's gonna to stand the test of time, right? Our expectations were much lower when I was 8 years old and I was playing NES, and for all the positive things that I really like about those old titles, looking at those games through from a more modern perspective, uh, I can't really understand why anybody would want to go back and play most of them. There's a few exceptions. I think that Mario 3, for example, should be, as long as somebody can get past the aesthetics, should be enjoyable by just about anybody. But I can understand why most people would not want to play, say, Contra or Ninja Gaiden. And Ninja Gaiden in particular is really, really an exercise in, oh, what's that word again? masochism. It's really, there's one part where it's almost impossible to get past it. Towards the end of the game, you're almost right at the end boss, and almost the only way to get past it is to glitch it. You have to progress the scrolling just far enough so that the sprite comes on the screen, and then it will walk backwards and drop off the screen. And if you don't do it that way, getting past that part is almost impossible. Angry Video Game Nerd talks about this in one of his videos, on his Ninja Gaiden video. So you want to see what I'm talking about? He's got it there in his video. But that game is nuts, and I don't blame anybody who says, who has criticisms for that game's challenge. It really is. I maybe I'm just bragging about it, right? I did beat that game, but I can't recommend it, right? It is absolutely a masochistic game. But there are a few gems from that era that I think, Mario 3 being one of them. I think to a lesser extent, The Legend of Zelda I quite like, but I can see it just simply not meeting the expectations of a young modern person. And life is short. Every one of us has to make choices. I could see why anybody would want to pass on those old games. We have made serious progress in the time in between. I don't know, maybe this is outside of the experience of those in chat, right? But maybe there are some games that you liked from that area. If you want to discuss them, just post them. If I played them, I'd be happy to discuss those. Okay, let's go. Oh yeah, I was gonna go make some arrows. Yeah, I mean, I really played Mario 3 into the ground. It's hard for me to say that I would just pick it up and play it just myself, but I could see myself playing it in a social setting, right? For me, what I really miss about those old days is not necessarily the games so much themselves. I need to figure out how to put this on my Twitch channel somehow, right? But the real reason why I'm on Twitch is not really the game so much, right? But I can remember sitting around the TV, really Legend of Zelda, sitting around watching my friends play Legend of Zelda and taking turns, right, and trying to figure out all of those puzzles. And it was a group effort, and it was a group celebration. When one of us figured something out, we all cheered. When we finally found that entrance to Castle 5, we all cheered. It was a group effort, and I can't have that part of it back, right? But that sitting around the couch, right? I want people to come, if I could have them into my living room and sit, and watch me play, right? And talk about the game with me. That I really miss that from my childhood, and that's sort of the experience that I'm looking for here, right? That's really why I'm on Twitch. I don't care to be famous. I don't care to make any money. I'm not interested in any of that, but I am interested in that social experience that I had when I was young, as much of it as I can get. That's why I'm here. Right, I'm happy to share it with, with 5 people, right? If that's what it is, that's about what it would have been, right? In my social experience when I was young. So. I have to admit, I wasn't very patient when I was a young man. I was always chomping at the bit for my turn to come around. Less so now. It'd be much easier for me to watch and just discuss with the other people now than when I was younger. But I don't know. Here I am. I guess I can always go into somebody else's channel and talk with the people there, but I don't know. I like what I'm doing. This has been a very positive experience for the most part. I gotta not play between like 9 p.m. and 1 in the morning because nobody's on. Everybody's sleeping. After that, I think I get some people trickling into my channel just because there's nothing else going on because it's so late. Yeah, I mean, I'm a total novice at most of this stuff. I could easily enough learn to use OBS properly and get the chat, overlaid onto the video and that stuff. And maybe I should. I don't know. I somehow feel that it's a little bit less authentic, and I don't really care. I don't want to really participate in the. It's very common for people to have the sort of the social incentives in terms of recognizing the most recent subscriber and all of that stuff, and there's a part of that that somehow feels inauthentic to me. So I have hesitated to do those things. I could easily enough get a webcam and put my face on the screen, and that maybe I should. Maybe I will down the road at some point. But I want the focus mostly to be talking about games. So Sega, I had one of my cousins had a Master System. You probably had a Genesis. So I never had either one of those, but I played a great deal of Sonic and Sonic 2 on at social events, which I very, very much enjoyed those titles and other titles. On the Master System, my cousin had Cloud Masters, which I loved, and there was they had some games, some ROMs that were included right on the system. You didn't need a cartridge, so there was a hunting a game that you could use the light gun with, which I just loved. I don't remember what it was called, but it was a blast. Yeah, I think there is a section of if you break down humanity into psychological classes, there are certain people that are very sensitive to aesthetics, and while I think that I probably meet the aesthetic expectations of most of the population, right? I'm not, I'm not a basement dweller by any means, but I don't really identify with that crowd, right? I don't really care what somebody looks like as much as I care about what ideas that they have. It just isn't. It isn't really important to me. Especially with something like this, right? Somebody's broadcasting their game. I care a whole lot more about their skill in the game than what they look like. Just doesn't matter to me. It's never going to. However, I think for at least half, maybe up to 3/4 of the population, they can't really get past that aesthetics, right? It's so primary to their identity that they have to latch on to that. And criticisms to this line of reasoning are certainly welcome. I'm drawing those reasons on a basis of Myers-Briggs typology and socionics, which the empirical evidence is sketchy. Maybe sketchy is the wrong word. I don't think that we have really good tools for differentiating types. We could use brain scans, but it's simply too expensive to do them properly. And I think that there are nuances even between population types. So if we get a set of the classifications of all 16 types, from a Western population, there may be subtle differences between Western American population and say a Southeast Asian population, or an African population, or a Scandinavian population for that matter, right? I don't know. I suspect that there are probably nuances, and it just. I also think that there's social pressure that doesn't lend that category of investigation towards investment. It's simply not popular. It's not popular to categorize people in that sort of way. People tend to dislike it as a whole. They don't want to be so categorized, and so I don't think that real advancement has been made in that area for a long time. It's expensive, and it's I think that there's something to it, But I also think that a lot of the criticisms that people level are probably legitimate, and to establish the theories upon a more empirical basis is simply too expensive, both socially and economically at this time, for progress to be made on the academic front in that area. Nevertheless, I very much enjoy theorizing on that basis. In my personal life, right? I found trying to apply some of the theories has produced positive results for me in terms of interacting with new people, or people that I've known for a long time. I can produce more positive social interactions by adjusting my behavior to meet the expectations of different types. I found that to be a very useful tool for me. So Dusty Mud here says Final Fantasy, Chrono Trigger, Mario's. Yeah. Yep, those are all great titles. I bought a copy of Chrono Trigger for my best friend's birthday, a good friend of mine. I did something at some point. I don't know exactly what cost me that friendship. I suppose either. I probably shouldn't give too much information away. It would drive perhaps some of the viewers off. But some of the personal choices that I've made, in regards to my outlook to life, may have been the cause, right? I would suppose that some of my choices would be offensive to those of a more atheistic bent, and so it may be something along those lines, or it may be that I wronged him once, in that I told him I was going to come over and watch a game of football with him, and I failed to show up. I greatly regret the loss of that friendship, but the attempts that I've made to resurrect it over the years have failed, and it's just one of those things, right? I don't think that I'll ever get it back. It's too bad. But anyway, yeah, I played Chrono Trigger with him a bit. I wish that I could have played the game plus a bit more. I'm sure that there was a great deal more of that game to discover than what I knew. I know that there are multiple endings and so forth. A great game. What portions of it that I did play, I loved it. Final Fantasy, I played the original. I have played we'll just use the Japanese enumeration for ease. I think those are probably going to be most familiar. So I played through, actually I found 5 to be really uninspiring. I did not make it all the way through 5, I don't think. Or maybe I did, and it was just so, I don't know, like I think I over leveled it and there was no challenge for me, and so I just walked my way through the end game, and I don't really remember any of it, any of the story. 4, I quite enjoyed 4. 6, I did not finish 6. I didn't have my own copy of it, but my same friend, I bought Final Fantasy 6. That's 3 American for one of his other birthdays. So I don't know the end of that one, but let's see here. But I played through Up Where the World Changes, where I can't remember exactly what happens. Kefka does something and the world goes dark, right? And so there's a whole new world that opens up there, and I don't really remember much of that. I'm sure that I should play. That's maybe something I could do on the stream. I could play through Final Fantasy VI and discover for the first time some of those portions of the game that I've never played. That might be fun. Chrono Trigger as well. That might be a possibility. So the other Final Fantasies, I love Final Fantasy VII, and lots of, I think, just criticisms could be leveled at it. I really don't think the graphics, even more so than some of the 2D games, the graphics by modern standards are really terrible. And the new version is not the same game per se, but if they're true to the story, which I expect that they will be for the most part, they've had some minor derivations that I think are mostly immaterial. But there's been some criticism on that front. I haven't played it, the new one. I imagine that I would probably like it just fine. But I love the story of Final Fantasy VII.
farming up that gold chocobo was a positive experience for me. Beating the game though without Knights of the Round was a fair bit of a challenge. And they designed the game in such a way that even if you were not a terribly skilled player, you could grind out the really powerful materia and play the challenging content. And I think what really puts the icing on the cake for me with Final Fantasy VII is the encounters with Emerald Weapon and Ruby Weapon. Those were a ton of fun. Finally beating those, was a feather in my cap at the time, and I really enjoyed that. And so anybody who is going to play those, don't skip that content. When you beat the game, go play those encounters. See if you can beat them. You'll find yourself challenged. It's much more challenging than the end game content. That was really positive experience for me. And in a part, I would suppose that was the social environment I was in at the time. That was a very popular game. A lot of people were playing it, and so saying that you were able to beat Emerald or Ruby Weapon meant something in those social circles when I was in school at the time. As far as the more recent titles, I really have not played 8 or 9. I think 9 was an online one. 10, 11, 12. I don't even know what they're up to now. I've seen them. I like them, but I was just doing other things, other games. I moved into strategy games, right? I played a lot of Alpha Centauri, a lot of turn-based, right? Masters of Orion 2. Final Fantasy just sort of fell off the radar. Well, I think that I would enjoy those games. I lacked that aspect of the couch, right? People playing with me, people sitting around the couch, talking with me about the game and taking turns. I no longer had that, and without that, I did not have the same motivation to really play those games, and so. It just wasn't the same for me. I want it to be a social experience. There isn't enough for me in the basic Final Fantasy design of going around and grinding, and talking to all the NPCs. There isn't enough there really for me to entertain my adult mind in its present state. Without the social experience. So. I don't know that I will go back and play any of those, but I could. It's conceivable. Yeah, so the most recent version of Gauntlet, I did play that out of somebody's PlayStation. I don't know. I guess that was probably a PlayStation 4. I quite enjoyed it. I wanted to play the more challenge. We beat the first round. I wanted to play more of the other ones. I couldn't convince my other players to to join me for the more challenging the Game Plus that they have in Gauntlet. I don't know if it was just hard mode or whatever. But yeah, I mean, if you want to play that, I'm totally up for it. I don't know. I would have to buy it on one of these platforms. I don't think that they have it on GOG. I would prefer to buy it there, but. I would be willing to shell out and buy it if somebody on the channel wants to play that. That would be a ton of fun. GTA 5. I never really played any of the GTAs. There's a part of it that sort of violates my sense of aesthetic. It's a game. I'm not really turned off by. The swearing or the story per se, right? It's fiction. But if I'm going to put forth my argument, it's simply that I don't really want to play an antagonist that's going to do a bunch of things that I would never do, that I would find reprehensible in real life. It clashes with my personality in a way that is mildly unpleasant for me personally. So I've somewhat avoided those titles, but I have respect for the product that the Rockstars created there, right? They capitalized on a market there. I should maybe find other language to describe that. Here's what I think about GTA. There are a lot of people who, they have jobs that are not very fun. I think that's probably most people, right? But there are a lot of people out there that, they're a clerk or a gas station attendant or any number of other jobs that are more or less miserable for them. And, for them to be able to come home and sit down on the couch and, really be an asshole, right, in a safe environment where there are going to be no consequences. There's a real market for that, right? And not everybody wants to log into the cutthroat environment that is Eve, right, to go and blow up somebody's merchant ship or whatever, which I think, is a really great way to be an antagonist. I really respect the antagonists in Eve. They really make that game. The people that everybody complains about, the pirates and whatnot, I really am glad that they're the game. That game is so much better for them. I'm glad that they're there. I haven't played Eve in years, and so maybe it's changed. But anyway, I think that GTA is a great outlet for such folks. And the arguments that people put forth about it promoting negative social behavior, I'm skeptical. I think that behavior emerges and would emerge, regardless of the game. I suppose maybe in some very few instances, somebody's being exposed to that stuff for the very first time, right? But you're exposed to it anywhere, everywhere in media. And I really, really don't think that GTA is the worst example. Quite the contrary. I think that in many ways, oh gosh, my thumb is getting tired here. I don't usually talk this much. But in many ways, I think that GTA serves as, what was I saying now? I think that the unsanitized version of reality that GTA presents is refreshing to many people. I know that it is to me, right? Even if I don't really want to play, I have had that experience sitting on the couch and watching somebody else play, and I think that there is something there to be offered in terms of it, a really unsanitized story that presents reality as it is instead of how we would all like it to be, right? They don't make apologies for the politically correct crowd, and to that end, I respect it, right? There's a certain level of authenticity in GTA that I think is very, very appealing, right? And I'm hence not really. I think that it very much has a place, and I mean they've had their immense success in the marketplace, right? Perhaps for other reasons than the ones that I've named. Speaks to its appeal, right? If it didn't have anything to offer people, it would not be so popular as it is, right? And so, perhaps there are other reasons that you like those games than the ones that I've stated. Please share them. I don't know. One thing I'll say. So the last one that I had played at all was GTA 3. And I found the driving just by itself to be challenging enough. I could not drive worth beans in that game. It was I didn't play enough to really master that, but it was fun to watch somebody who had really mastered the driving, to see them escape from the cops or whatever. Yeah. So I picked up when the store, the Epic Store had it for free. I picked up GTA 5. I don't know that I will play it. But it's not impossible. Certainly, I don't have to pay for it now if I did want to play it. I don't know. It's not really my shtick, but who knows? Maybe if there's a demand for it, I suppose I could play it. I really like this game much better. I can't speak to GTA 5. I really like this game much better than what I saw of GTA 3. Yeah, I have one of my peers really, really loves 9, and not very many of my peers played 8. I bought a copy of it, gave it to my sister, for the PlayStation 2, I think, or was it PlayStation 1? I don't recall. Final Fantasy 8 though. So I can recall being impressed by the graphics at the time. It was a huge step forward compared to 7. Although compared to what we have available, in the most recent versions, it's laughable. But I think that they were pushing the envelope. I don't think the story quite lived up to the standard that they had set in Final Fantasy VII. But having not played it, that's maybe a little unfair for me to say. Um, yeah, I maybe shouldn't speak to that. Uh, the consensus among my peers is that Final Fantasy VIII wasn't quite up to it, but they liked it. There were some other advancements I recall them talking about in the gameplay, the combat. I don't recall the particulars, but they liked some of the changes made to the combat. I know that I particularly liked limit breaks in FF7. Um, I was missing that in later versions, but given how much I played those later versions, it's not really saying much. Yeah, 7 was really speaking in archetypes, right? It was really a classic Western romance archetype, and I don't mean romance in the sense of a soap opera, but I mean there was some of that, of course, but that isn't what I mean. What I mean is it was romantic in the hero knight goes on a quest to slay the dragon sort of a way. It was a literary romance. In that respect, it succeeded immensely, right along the same lines as Star Wars. It was very, very successful, 7, in that regard. And it really felt epic, right? Sephiroth was a grand antagonist, and I think a key to that. I don't know if people in chat disagree, but I can remember intensely the moment that Sephiroth comes out of the sky and kills Aerith. I was so mad. I was so mad that I had to finish the rest of the game because I hated him so much for it. That was an extremely and I was really, really surprised. To me, it came out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting it. I didn't know that it was going to happen. Um, so yeah, I mean that was a flashbulb moment in my memory, and I'll never forget it. And very, very few games, right, can make such a claim. I was at the right point in my development too, for that to be meaningful to me. Right, I imagine if I'd played the same game now, I would be less surprised, and it wouldn't have the same value. But you know, it is what it is. Yeah, there's a lot of side stuff. There's a lot of side stuff to do in FF7. I can remember when we got to the snowboarding, we didn't do anything else for like weeks. We just did snowboarding. The mini game was a game in and of itself. It could have stood on its own as a game. And you know, if the new version is popular enough when it gets that far, it almost could be, right? If they iterate on that snowboarding, I imagine it will be as popular as it was. So maybe not. I don't know. I know that there are modern snowboarding games that are probably quite a bit better that I haven't played, uh, but we'll see. I I I am very curious to see how they deal with that when they come to it. I remember everybody sitting around the lunch table at school talking about the snowboarding, how much fun they were having, or that they had when they got to that part. Yeah, mini games are not as much of a thing, I think, in modern game design. And I don't know. I I can see both ways, right? I don't begrudge any designer who chooses one path over the other, but I would definitely point to FF7 as a primary example of a set of mini games done well. In that era, they set the standard. I again, I don't think stands well against modern expectations. But they set the standard at the time, and I really love. I really love. It's nostalgic for me to think about that. The mini games. So there was the cycling. There was the real-time strategy mini game where you had to defend the Phoenix egg. That was mildly interesting. It really wasn't very good. I don't think that one has stood the test of time, but I remember it. I remember doing it a few times. Even then, there were some complaints that it was a bit slow. Um, uh, the controls really weren't very good. Playing that on a controller, I think if I'd have had a mouse, that could have been a bit more fun. It wouldn't have been so clunky. But just getting through that part, it was fun to play through it once, and to have some success there. I never made it through Mog House. Hats off to anybody that did. I couldn't do it. Imagine with a guide, it wouldn't be so bad. But I'll stick that in the category of King's Quest. Um, just trying to figure out that puzzle on its own without using a guide or instructions off the internet. Not my thing. Not really interesting to me, but hats off to anybody who did it. Good for you. Um, hmm, hmm. What other mini games? I know that I must be missing at least a couple more. I don't know if this counts, right, but I really loved the arena. I spent a ton of time, especially the latter version, not when you count it initially, but when you go back to the Golden Saucer later and they have the harder challenges. I really, really loved the arena. That was maybe my single favorite part of the game as a whole. Even more so, I enjoyed the end encounters with the weapons, but I really really enjoyed. There's a certain sense of when the uh, what do you want to call it, when the slot wheels would roll, and you're trying to get that particular advancement that would allow you to continue, without losing. There was a certain sense of victory when you were able to just get that timing down and get that slot result that you needed. That was a really, really satisfactory experience that I think would stand up to modern expectations, graphics accepting. That was a phenomenal experience for me. It really stands out. Yeah, for FF7. Let's see here. What other games have people talked about here? I should do a podcast. I mean, I could. I have posted all of my videos to YouTube. That's not true. The last session that I have, and maybe the one before that, I have not posted yet. But it would be. I still have them recorded. I could post them. So I could make this into an audio only and post it somewhere. That would be, trivial for me to do. Just to find a platform that I could do that on. I don't know. I don't know what's really. I guess SoundCloud is probably the most popular podcast out there. Don't usually do this much talking. In fact, my thumb is getting tired from holding the push to talk button on my mouse. But this is really a lot more of what I wanted, right? I guess I haven't been. It's hard for me to play the game at the same time because having this conversation engages enough of my brain. If I'm going to be soloing these sand giants, I really have to be paying attention to what I'm doing, and it would detract from the conversation. Yeah, I could take the push to talk off, but I have it on just because sometimes when I'm playing with my guildies here, we'll all be in what do we call it, a Discord, and I don't want to. I don't want them to have to listen to me breathing or whatever. I could always flip my microphone up. That's another option, but yeah, I could easily switch. I guess I've never done it real time here, but let's see if I could switch it while I'm broadcasting. I think OBS will allow me to do that. Let's take a look. Okay, tell me if you can hear me. Oh, that was the wrong button. All right, I gotta make some arrows here. Looks like there might be somebody here farming the sand giant. See what level they are. Level 46 ranger, yep, probably. Looks like they might, oh, maybe not. Yeah, I would have been happy to leave it for them if they were. Okay, let's make some arrows. In all fairness, I'm probably more of an idea person overall. Group commando right now. What do you mean by that? I'm not sure what that means. Anyway, I agree with your assertion. I should do more talking in my streams. It probably works to my strengths better than my gameplay, which is going to be less impressive. I don't even think I'm a great speaker per se, but I think that my ideas are probably more interesting than my gameplay overall. Maybe though when I get to do some raiding, that'll be hopefully interesting. I'm not too far off from it. I want to be level 50 before I ask. And I'm sure they probably don't want me streaming the raid live unless it's that community raid. Just because you don't want to give away your stuff. But if that's a problem, of course, I'll just record it and then go with them later, or post it to YouTube later. Don't have a lot of views on YouTube, but I can't blame people. I don't really think it's that interesting. It does though serve as a video log of the experience of an adequately skilled ranger, 1 to 50. But I may stop posting. I think it's maybe a little bit abusive of YouTube for me to continue to post these gameplay videos that get so few views. So I may stop doing that once I hit 50. We'll, unless I actually do something that's really interesting, we'll see. Or maybe if I do more talking, more people will want to watch. I don't know. I know that YouTube has been a loss leader for Google for a long time, and I would like for them to turn that around, but I don't see how they're going to do it. They've got some of the smartest people working in the world for them, and they don't seem to be able to get a handle on it. So, and that's not to say I actually think the solutions are sort of obvious in that regard, but they're simply not willing to tread down that path, and that's okay, right? It's their product. If there's enough of a market, somebody else will step into the gap eventually. But if not, YouTube will remain dominant, and that is what it is. But it doesn't make a big difference to me either way. Yeah, that's unpleasant. A lot of people, almost everyone, I would say, suffers in some way from what's called the Dunning Kruger effect. And there's two sides to that coin. So one side of the Dunning Kruger effect is that underskilled people tend to overestimate their own ability, and the other side of that coin is that highly skilled people tend to overestimate the ability of others. I experienced that. I've experienced it. I think particularly if you were to go back and watch the streams where I was leading a group in PAW, there were some pulls that really should have been within the ability of the group, but either because people were AFK, or they simply weren't paying attention, or they lacked the sufficient skill. Whichever one of those things it was, some of those encounters ended, 2 or 3 of them, I should say, ended, in a wipe, or, at least some of the party was able to get out, but the party broke up as a consequence, right? And I have to own that, right? I overestimated the abilities of the group, and as a consequence, one of those groups at least broke up. And it is a challenge of itself. And, I'm maybe not even that skilled, right? But I think in that group, at least, I was overestimating the skill of some of the other people there. And, that's what happens. It's a hard thing to get around. I would be interested. I haven't really looked at the research in a long time. I would be real interested to see if there's been more recent research done on the Dunning-Kruger effect, if there's been some more nuanced discoveries that have been made. It's a really interesting aspect of human psychology to me, because it helps me to understand my own experience. So I fix computers for a living, have been for a long time. And it's very often the case for me that I overestimate the ability of the person that I'm helping on the phone. I try to, and I think over a time I get better, right? I try to develop a skill in order to estimate where they're at. But there have been some challenges, right? I can remember one. I do very well numerically, right? I was very respected the last job that I had, leading the numbers. I didn't have any problems there, but there was one call in particular that stands out in my mind where I could have done better. The lady was telling me that she couldn't get connected to her network. And what the solution ended up being is we needed to have her connect her phone to her network, and then use her phone as a hotspot for her device, because there's no way to connect her laptop to her network directly because of a driver compatibility issue. But she didn't really understand her problem well enough to explain to me what the problem was, and I didn't figure out that little bit of it. And so I had a negative experience with her that I feel a little bad about. But I was telling her I'm not allowed to troubleshoot your router. And I had her in tears. I needed to ask some more questions, right? But I was overestimating her ability, right? She needed to tell me that she even did, right? But I didn't know that she had a phone available, and I didn't think to ask, do you have a phone available? Can we do it this other way, right? So it just sort of, it's the sort of thing that it seems so obvious to me, right? I sort of would expect somebody to volunteer that this is one of the tools at their disposal, but she didn't know. So, technology. It's always, right, as per the axe maker's gift, it's always a blessing and a curse. It solves some problem and it creates some other problem. And for me, the problem that it solved is one of employment, and the problem that it creates is there's all these non-technically inclined people out there that need to talk to me in order to get their technical problem solved. So it's always, he could have called it the axe maker's sword, or the sword maker's gift, rather. Might have been a decent moniker, because it really is a double-edged kind of a thing. I should have bought more arrow materials. Yeah, I mean, I have a really good record, right? My first call resolution, just blows the competition out of the water in my peer group. I was probably the best frontline technician at that company. I would still be there if they had given me a raise, but I don't know. I don't think that it was. I probably shouldn't talk about these things on the stream, but the whole time that I was there, they never once. I was there for a long time. I was there for years. They never gave me a performance review, and I was totally entitled to one. And I just, along with some of the other serious problems that, were not really the fault of the people immediately above me, but a consequence of mismanagement above them. That was not really their fault. I simply just got sick of putting up with it and decided I didn't want to anymore, and I didn't need to. So, I'll find something else, I'm sure. But in the meantime, I can have some fun streaming, and I'm not in any sort of economic, problems. So, I've got lots of money in the bank, so I can afford to take some time off. I hadn't taken any time off in a long time, so let's call it an extended vacation. And I think on the other side here, instead of working with people, I'll choose to work with things, which I think is going to, be play more to my natural strengths, right? I've learned over the years how to get along with people. I'm not bad at it. I don't lack social skills like I once did, but I'm better off working with things. I had an internship where I developed some driver stuff for the company I was working for, and it was only 3 months, but I solved one of their problems. I was able to learn their environment and fix some broken code that they had, and it was a positive experience. I want to go back to doing that. I think I'll be a happier person overall. My life will be more satisfying if I can break into programming. It's been a while. I'll need to do something to get my resume up to speed in that regard. But I think if I can get into an interview and show that my skills are not, bring something to show them, right? That I can actually, produce a usable product. And then, I think if I can get into the interview, I can persuade somebody that I'm worth taking a risk for an entry-level position, and I think from there I can do just fine. Honestly, in the programming world, I don't think I want anything else. I think I prefer to be at the entry level simply because you can negotiate your stuff, right? If you're a contractor and you can negotiate the terms of your contract, you can really do much better than you can do. If you're forced to accept the compensation on the terms of whatever the company offers their employee. If you're a contractor, you can say, well, I don't want X, Y, Z. Instead, I just want more compensation. You can go that route, and that's what I intend to do. Just be a contractor for the rest of my career if I decide to stick with that. All right, I'm going to take a break here, get some water. Hold on. All right, I'm back. Let's see if we can find some sand giants here. Yeah, the reality is that the remote tools make a modern IT a whole different world from when I first developed the skill set, and they're really essential, and you're really hamstrung without them. Most of the time I had access to such tools. Occasionally, because of circumstances, I would be unable to use them, um, and I was really, really much more productive with them. There's no substitute for having remote access. It's great. Um, oh, there's one. I'll see if I can get to it. It seems that the ones in the middle section of the map here are camped much more often than the ones along the northern border. It's probably where I should sit. Although the single pawns spawn points tend to be claimed, I think, a little more often. That's fine. It's part of the game, I guess. Or, well, part of the play nice rules that everybody agrees to when they sign on to the server. To the right. But somebody's kiting it. Let's see what's going on. Yep, there it is. Got another one here. Oh, is that this? That's a different one, maybe. Oh, they're charm kiting probably. Well, that makes it a little rough for me to get a spawn. I'll have to be quick. But at least he can't. That guy can't claim that he's camping one of these spawn points. If he's well, maybe he can claim one of the spawn points. But if I go over here, it'll be a little difficult for him to contest it. I don't know how I feel about the play nice policy. I have mixed feelings about it. It's probably necessary. Given that the project operates on donations, I'm inclined to reduce the administrative overhead as much as possible for the staff. So to that end, I think that the play nice policy is acceptable, but I probably should have played on red. The thing is, I know that I could never have persuaded my friends to play on red with me, my real life friends, so I didn't. And I've enjoyed playing with them a great deal. But I probably would have liked that experience, better overall. IT. Oh, it's one of the ones that he killed. Anyway, for this zone, I think that I would like it better if it was just totally contested content and there were no, no way to claim a camp. But given that I'm a ranger and that I have track, I'm probably a little prejudiced. Lots of other players who would not prefer that. Probably the same one that he already has charmed, I think. Oh, I don't know that I said very much that isn't common sentiment, about IT. Uh, it is, I don't know. I actually really like being in the trenches and fixing people's problems. I really, really enjoy that. I enjoy it. I enjoy it a lot, right? The interacting with people part of it, I was adequate. And I was so good at the troubleshooting part of it that my shortcomings in the interaction part of it were not, you know, were not a concern of my management. Um, you know, I have a great deal of talent when it comes to the troubleshooting stuff, but um, I was really very, very tired of. There are certain problems that management simply would not address, and the situation that I was in was not really a great one. My company had been bought out by a much larger company, and the people that I reported to had no decision-making authority, and there were a lot of problems, repetitive things that we needed to solve over and over again that really should have been fixed at a higher level, problems with our environment, and I just could not get anybody to address them. One example is my ticketing software would crash every day after I had been logged in for 9 hours or so, and anything that I was working on would be lost. I'd have to recreate all that stuff, and I knew exactly what the problem was. There's a Kerberos ticket in Active Directory that needed to have its expiration just extended a couple of hours so I could get to the end of my shift and have that not happen. Have those tickets not, have that software crash. It was a simple solution. If I had access, I could fix it. But because of the merger, there were a whole bunch of people in the old company that were essentially just sitting on their laurels, doing as little work as they could, just sort of, sliding by until they either got their pink slip, right, or they found a better job somewhere else, and they weren't concerned with really doing their job. And on the other side, well, the IT department of the company that bought us out was such a mess that I don't know. I don't know what to say, right? It was horrible. I ultimately don't know what they're going to do to fix those problems. They badly need some leadership. They need to put somebody in charge who is allowed to crack the whip and has some authority to make some decisions. Fire some people, bring on some other people. Badly needed. And I really got sick of waiting month upon month, year upon year for that to take place. And I didn't need that in my life anymore. It's not, I don't want to fix the same person's problems over and over again just because they don't want to fix problems on the infrastructure side, right? It boggles my mind how much money that they paid us to solve some of those problems that really were infrastructure problems, right? They can pay us to fix those problems on the front line, or they could pay one tech, a highly skilled technician who has expertise, in the particulars to go in and fix that particular networking problem that we had, right? Heck, with permission, I would have read the manual and figured out the problem. I would have been happy to do it. They didn't have to give me a bonus or anything. I just needed some permission to do it. I would have been happy to do it, but because of the circumstances, that was simply not an option, and that sort of thing was driving me up the wall. And I don't know. I mean, I suppose that's going to be par for the course, right? I don't know. I've worked for a few different companies. The very best experience I had was working for a small company. They had less than 100 people when they hired me. I love that job. I miss it so much. I wish I could go back there. But as the companies grow larger, the mismanagement in IT seems to be more of a problem overall. That's been my observation. I don't know if yours has been the same, but IT. I didn't imagine that so many of the problems that I would be dealing with would be social problems, and I really prefer to work on the technical problems. It's a lot more fun for me. Social problems are not my thing. I leave that stuff to HR. I don't know. It's a part of the human experience, and I should, like I was saying earlier, I should be working with things and stuff with people. Yeah, hard to have the best of both worlds, because once they start giving you leadership, and I've been in leadership, I liked it well enough, I suppose. But if you're in leadership, then you're no longer in the trenches, and I don't know that necessarily has to be the case, but it is the case that I've observed. I don't know what it's something about the way that psychologically we construct hierarchy. We don't usually allow the person in charge to be in the trenches, right? Certainly we don't want that in a warfare situation, but it shouldn't be a big deal if it's busy for, my boss to get on the phone, and take a few calls. On the other hand, I know that my superior spent all of his time mostly in useless meetings, trying to get bureaucratic permission for some of these things that I was complaining about. And I don't want to do that. That sounds just as bad, right? Like I know he was making bank, and he wasn't sorry to do it, right? And maybe if they were paying me as much as he was doing, I could tolerate it. But I really think that there are people who are better suited for that role than me. Not that I couldn't do it. I could do it just fine, but it's really not my thing. I want to be working on technical problems. So. Yeah, in part, I don't know what to say about that. So, well, I better be careful here on Twitch. I could say some things here that would most definitely garner me negative attention from certain crowds that I most definitely want to avoid. But changes in the way that we manage things in modern environments have caused negative consequences, inefficiency. So there is one thing I will say, right? I don't think that college education has done much for IT. It has definitely been beneficial for some people. I don't deny that. Absolutely, it has been a useful tool for a lot of people to get in that field who otherwise might not have been able to. However, I really think that it would be much cheaper for companies to simply just be able to give IQ tests to prospective young employees, and then to pay those employees less because they don't have a mountain of debt that they have to pay off, right? And then they can get on-the-job training that would be specific to what they're doing, and then they wouldn't need to be paying off student loans until they're 50 or whatever. I think that would be a much cheaper, much more effective way of discriminating against people who are not up to the task of doing IT work, solving technical problems. We'll put it that way. There's a lot more to certainly working on the front lines. You need some of those social skills to be successful. But I think that an IQ test would be a much cheaper and much more effective way. However, I know that that's simply not going to be acceptable in the modern social environment, and I accept that. I don't. We have to live in the world that we have, and I'm not going to spend my whole life grousing about something that's outside of my control. And what we have is not that bad, right? I very much enjoyed my colleagues, many of them, and there were very few of them that were problem makers overall on the front lines. Most of them, even if they weren't pulling the cart as much as I was, they were contributing, and I was happy to have them. Right? It didn't matter to me that I was at the top of the charts. It mattered to me a little bit that they wouldn't give me that performance review. I really deserved to be paid in commensuration with my performance. However, things being what they are. uh, I understand, right? I understand, and I'm not terribly upset, but I'm not there anymore either, right? They lost me ultimately as a consequence of the situation. So, yep, I think you're probably right about that, especially for the frontline work. Just being able to understand what the user is trying to communicate to you, that's half the battle at least, right? And don't get me wrong, right? I think ultimately at the end of the day, once I did master the social skills, I shouldn't say master, once I became proficient in the social skills, that was no longer a barrier for me. Uh, my technical ability allowed me to set myself apart from my peers. Um, there are many people coming in. You know, it was a revolving door. We had so many people who would come in and go because they simply couldn't cut it either way, technically or um, socially. And it's a tough job. What can I say, right? It's not for everyone. A lot of, a lot of the people who might come in with the technical skill but couldn't hack it socially, or vice versa. People coming with the social skill who couldn't hack it technically. Both are essential. In varying measures, I'm sure, depending on which company and which role. But I really ultimately I was bored at the end of the day. I simply got bored. I don't know what else to say about that. There is some of that, although I try really hard to be, as a personal preference, we'll call it, I try really hard to be forthright with everyone. I don't, there is some of that. If somebody's flying off the handle, I can recall this was before my most recent job. In my earliest days in IT, I was in a support position for public-facing accounting software. So customers would call in and we would help them with their technical problems with the software. And I had one accountant who called in who really chewed me out. And he was so upset. Just whatever. He didn't really have any excuse for mistreating me, right? But he was really cussing me out on the phone. And I considered the situation in a very calm, professional manner. I told him that I was not required to put up with his verbal abuse, and if he didn't cut it out, I would hang up on him. And that I would probably be able to solve his problem if he would just calm down, right? And I did so in such a stern way that it would probably, a lot of the more softer-handed approach that most people take, it would be off-putting to many of my peers, the approach that I took. But ultimately, I got what I wanted, right? Taking that stern approach with him, he realized that I meant it, that I was going to hang up on him. He cut it out, and we got his problem solved in about 10 minutes, right? Got him off the phone. And I can remember when I got done with that call, all of my colleagues stood up and they clapped. They were so happy because that call got passed to me from one of my peers who, just wasn't really equipped to deal with it. And they were all happy. They were all, I don't know. That was a happy memory for me. I really earned my place in that company, I think, that day. And yeah, it was a really, really good experience. So I don't know. But I've continued to apply that approach, and very, very occasionally, I will get some feedback saying, you did this wrong. But I think on the aggregate, it's been more beneficial than it's been harmful. So I've continued to employ it when I've judged it to be necessary. But it's a sticky sort of thing. And certainly it's not always appropriate. It's not going to work with everyone. But it worked with that particular fellow. I'm happy, very, very happy with the results of that particular instance. Yeah, I'm not going to put up with verbal abuse, and I'll say that in the interview, right? If you require it, I don't need this job. I can work somewhere else. And I'm not doing real well here at the tracking, but I think that Bard probably is getting most of the spawns. Maybe got to stand somewhere else. I think that's a reasonable expectation on the part of the employee, right? If you do have to put up with that sort of thing, it is, I don't know, I suppose that some people can do it and, they can sort of brush that sort of thing off at the end of the day, and there's no, they sort of don't have to carry that with them, but I don't fall in that category, right? It's a huge burden of me in terms of emotional effort. So if I have to put up with that, I can't do it. I'm better off somewhere else. That's simply how it is. I have compassion for people who do have to put up with that. I don't think that's a just situation. I think the reality of modern economics is that some people do more or less have to put up with that. That's simply what they're able to command in the marketplace. I wish I had some solution for people in such a situation, but I don't, generally. I can't imagine retail. That would be tough for me. It depends, right? I think, for example, if I was to get a sales job at Micro Center, I think I'd be very good at that. I could do that just fine. I don't think I would have much trouble because it's right in my niche of the things that I love, right? I need help building a computer. You almost don't need to pay me to do that. I want to help you do that, right? I love that stuff. That would be, at least for a time, I think until I mastered the skill set, that would be a very fun job for me to have. But, if I had to work retail at a Walmart or I don't know, a department store of some sort, I think that I would be a poor candidate. I would be poorly suited for such a position. Here's one. Let's see if we can get him. Where is he? No, he spawned on the far side of the oasis. I might get him. Those bards can run so fast. If he gets wind of it, he'll probably get there first. But also, some people camp that one over there. But we'll try it. We'll see. Might as well. I don't see Fraxis on here yet, so. That's the spawn point, if I'm quick enough. Oh, I was too slow. Oh, this is a different bard. I can't, I mean, it's, I don't know. I think it's a little slow, but you can sit there and camp that spawn point and make some platinum. It's not too bad. Yeah, I think you're right about that. There's, when you're facing the public, for a lot of people, right, it just, there's a certain advantage, even psychologically, right? There's some people, maybe part of it could be classified as an IQ thing and part of it as a, sort of a social development thing, right? There's some people out there that are just psychopathic or sociopathic that get a rise out of being a jerk to everyone, right? And they'll every which way that they can get away with it, they will do so. And I would suggest that healthier outlets for that sort of thing are GTA 5 and EVE Online, right? And I'm sure that there are other outlets where you can be a jerk and you can contribute in your jerkiness. You can contribute, but well, maybe not in GTA 5, right? But certainly in EVE, right? They need those antagonists. They make the game. But to do it in public, to go to a store and just be rude to somebody on the staff just because you can, those people disgust me. I don't know. I'm not in a retail environment hardly ever in these modern times, but I like to think that if I saw it firsthand, that I would step in and say, "Cut it out. You don't need to do this." I don't know. Everybody wants to see themselves as in a positive light. I hope that I would, but without a positive example to force to, it's hard to say for certain. We all got to have goals, right? Something to aim for. Yeah, I did work fast food, and I think I got a taste of that there. Although for the most part, somebody figured out that I would be better in grill, and once I was in grill, I was so good at that position. They only ever put me on the public-facing aspects of that job at McDonald's when there was nobody else there who could speak English, so to speak. I'm quite certain that a number of the other employees were not legal, and I'll just simply put that what that is. That business at that particular location could not have survived, I don't think, otherwise. Their margins were simply too thin. And I will end my commentary there. I think that people should follow the law, but I have compassion. Under those particular circumstances, I was not inclined to report my employer. Right or wrong, right? I don't know. I think that's up in the air. Open for discussion, but I never reported anyone, and anyway, yeah, I mean, being faced with some of those challenges at a young age was really good for me, and I was really, really good at that job. I got really, really good at cleaning the grill, so much so that they made me a closer, and I got to the point by the time that I left for something better, of course. I was so good at cleaning that grill that grill was ready for corporate inspection every day when I was done with it. And I was really proud of that. Nobody should be cleaning a grill at McDonald's forever, right? But I really, really mastered that skill set. And even the multitasking aspect of it, right? Like you're getting towards the end of the day, things are slowing down. Here are the things that you need to get done, right? And it got I was contributing so much at that store, right? I rotated all of the stock. I cleaned most of the back end of the store, all the mopping, all of the scrubbing down and whatnot. And I was really proud. To that day, I'm still proud, right, of the contributions that I made there. I don't regret working there at all. It was very much a learning experience, and overall a positive one. I could have earned a lot more money. Even then I had the skill set probably to do something better, but I didn't. There are a lot of things I didn't understand about the world, about the nature of reality, about disposability of employees, and it was eye-opening. And for that by itself, I wouldn't trade it. It's a part of who I am. So I don't recommend it. I think that young people can probably, of talent, can do better. But if you're 15, you're not going to have a lot of other options, and I would say go for it. So it's probably enough discussion of working in fast food. it's possible for me to kill some of these deep water goblins, but it's quite risky. Their melee range is so far. I can't outrange them with my arrows. I originally thought that that was a bug, but it's not. So I've been trying to persuade my game master to allow us to broadcast our Shadowrun play sessions, but he is trying to develop his own rule set and he doesn't want that stuff to be public, so for the time being that's out. But I hope that someday in the not too distant future that becomes a reality. That should be a lot of fun. Probably need to get a few more players. We'll worry about that later. There are times where I run into people in a professional environment, you know, who went to college right out of high school and then into the professional world, who lack that ground level experience, that irritate me for their lack of that experience, right? They, you know, for whatever. Sometimes it's haughtiness, or you know, maybe there's a better adjective. I don't know. But I don't know. I guess I don't think that that's a huge problem, but you do come across it occasionally. Somebody who's never worked in retail or fast food and doesn't understand how rude that they're being, or how intensely the people that are serving them hate them, right? Or they simply don't care. I don't know. I mean, maybe some of that is simply psychopathy, right? And nothing else needs to be said. These people are psychopaths. They just don't care. They're sociopaths in varying degrees. But some of it is naivete. You're probably right about that. And there's no real good solution for that. Everybody's naive about something. We can expend our lives mitigating our ignorance, and that is all. Yeah, the lack of empathy, I think that the sociopaths and psychopaths would fall under that category. But it's a broader categorization and probably better. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else that needs to be said there. It was something of a realization to me when I finally figured out that this is a thing, right? That not everybody out there is trying to be helpful. There are some people that genuinely place social status, you know, above, I don't know, you know, these sorts of genuine positive relationships with people around them. You know, as a percentage, I would suppose, I don't have any hard evidence that I can point you to anyway to back this up, but I would suppose that, you know, there's a higher incidence of psychopathy among CEOs and doctors and other high status lawyers, I would suppose. High status positions, because that sort of thing is strongly appealing to people who, you know, who have those personality traits. as much as I think that I intensely dislike such people. A lot of them are very charismatic, right? And a lot of them, the intelligent ones, are very, very adept at hiding their psychopathy. So you wouldn't know, right? Even if they don't experience that feeling of empathy, they've learned to to essentially to lie about it in order to get by. To put up a facade is probably a better way to do it. Yes, and that speaks to natural selection. Without changing our environment and eliminating natural selection, and the struggle right on the bottom end side of the bottom end of the bell curve, so to speak, that's always going to be there simply because it's a survival trait for people in that position. It'd be cool if we could somehow figure out how to socially engineer that away, but it might have unexpected consequences. So, and that is so far beyond me, not a challenge that I would ever undertake, simply because of the sad unexpected consequences. I would fear that I would do more harm in such an undertaking. But on the other end, other highly gifted people that I've known in my life, very, very intelligent people who are smarter than I am, who also lack such empathy, are not, if they think they can turn it into notoriety, I shouldn't say notoriety, they can turn it into a social currency, are happy to pursue such things. And there are some people out there that pursue discovery for its own sake, right? I would put the inventors of calculus, Isaac Newton and Charles Leibniz, I would put them both in the category of, exploring ideas for their own sake. I don't think that they cared much about the social aspects. They benefited to some degree or another. Certainly after their lives are over, they've benefited immensely, right? They're widely respected as a consequence of their very, very important contributions. But I don't think that they sought fame so much as they simply sought, it meant something to them to discover. I think that I fall in that same vein of thinking. But there are plenty of other people out there that I don't fault them per se for wanting to make history, so to speak. And they seek to do so, right? I'm thinking of one of my he was a friend for a long, long time. I think that my politics turned him off many, more than a decade ago, and he simply wasn't willing to put in the effort to maintain the relationship because we were not on the same wavelength. But I much lament that. I very much miss our discussions. They were quite challenging. I was never so challenged by any of my peers as I was by him to defend my own positions, so to speak. And he's doing very, very well for himself, which I'm happy to hear, but I don't think that I can rescue that friendship. I think it's long gone. Yeah. I can accept that. Right. I can say that there are people that I prefer not to associate with as a consequence of their ideals. So it's not really any different. It's just a different set of ideals. Yeah, I don't want to spend a lot of effort trying to figure somebody out. If they don't want to be honest with me up front, then usually I can get that far, and I'll just sort of place them aside, as I'm only willing to invest a cursory what is the word, so in Platonic reasoning, there are 3 degrees of friendship, right? And one of them is a friendship of utility, and I'll place such people in that category. We can be friends, but only friends of utility, and that's fine. That's acceptable to me, right? I'm not going to be rude to the person who makes my coffee because we disagree about our politics. Well, I don't drink coffee, but if I did, um, I'm not going to be rude to my server simply because we disagree about X, Y, or Z. It's totally inappropriate. Yep, I quite like stoicism. I'm not probably familiar enough with all of the details to say whether I am or I'm not, but certainly I agree with many of the tenets that I'm aware of. But I have not read enough of the Stoics to really take a position there, and I really ought to. And in fact, many of the classic philosophers, I'm simply ultimately I'm ignorant. I need to read. I need to start at the beginning and read Aristotle and Plato and Socrates. And while the excerpts that I have read, The Cave and so forth, I quite like. Um, in my younger days, I didn't understand how valuable that stuff was, and I didn't give it the attention that it deserved. And even now, I would say maybe I'm a little on the lazy side. I should devote some serious attention to those things. I quite like those three people in particular. As much as I dislike Plato, he's added value to my experience, to my life, and I have to thank him for that. And to a much greater extent, Aristotle, I greatly respect, and in the vein of in the beginning of Ayn Rand's book, Atlas Shrugged, she has a long sort of a rant that she goes on about Aristotle, and I agree with her assertions there. For whatever his faults were, his errors, they're so far overshadowed by his contributions that they simply don't matter. Yeah, if I ever do go back to school, I would choose to study anything else. It could only be philosophy for me. I like many other fields, but I find that of the technical fields, the things that I want to learn, most of those things are easily accessible to me online. And the other stuff, philosophy, right? I can step into a philosophy class and find myself among peers, intelligent people for the most part, who can talk to me at my own level, who generally, are going to respond appropriately when, I point out that something that they said was invalid or not sound, or there's another phrase that I'm trying to think of. Non sequitur, right? People who know what these things mean, they're few and far, and I love to be among them. They instant friendship. If you know what those things mean, we're going to get along, right? Even if we disagree about everything else, we're going to get along. So. As far as not working, how do you quantify work, right? Aristotle was the tutor for Alexander the Great, who has indelibly, left his mark upon history, for good or ill, right? I don't know enough about his, his actions, but he conquered much of the known world at that time, and undoubtedly, the world was different for his having been there. But I think Aristotle's contributions were much more far-reaching ultimately, because I think that they have served to a greater extent than Socrates and Plato, who were necessary foundationally. To a greater extent, I think that Aristotle's work served to form the foundation of Western thinking as a whole. And the West would be certainly very, very different without Aristotle. And so I credit him immensely. Yeah, I can't always pick up on all the fallacies, but I very much appreciate people who point out when I'm committing them. It's very, very hard. I think that the pull of the lizard brain, the limbic system, and there's probably another word there that's more appropriate, but the pull of that part of our psyche is, I think that's a much more older part of human development. This frontal cortex stuff, I think evolutionarily speaking, that's much newer, as old as it is. It's much newer, and that other stuff is much more dug in, and it's very hard for most of us to correct ourselves when we are guilty of prejudice or committing a logical fallacy. It's very hard. But I want to surround myself with people who who value logical precision, and can recognize fallacies, and there's probably a better way to describe that, but I immensely value people who also value those things, like-minded people, whatever their particulars are, because I can lay before them my own argumentation, and they will help me to discover my own flaws in my own thinking. And I just feel that with most of the population, I simply can't do that. Right? It is a very select few. I would say, in my own estimation, 10% is a very generous, or probably overestimation of people can meet me at that level in a way that's satisfactory to me. And I suppose that makes me bigoted in a way, or prejudiced, but life is finite. I only have so much energy, and interacting with most of these people on a rhetorical level is it's irritating, it's boring, it is costly to me. It's psychologically costly. It's not how I want to spend my life, and so I seek to avoid that as much as I can. And I found in recent times, in recent years, I have striven to cut people out of my life who drain me in that fashion. Who simply are, they're not terrible, but they are a net loss to me psychologically, in terms of, in a sense, right? I serve as an emotional outlet for them, but in order to do so, it cost me time, right, and effort that I should not have been making. Right, and after having do that, I actually find that it's made my life a lot better. I'm a much happier person, and I feel a little bit guilty, maybe a little bit selfish, having done that. But on the other hand, I think I was being too generous. Right, I was offering something that I didn't really have to offer, in a certain sense. And given that our energy is finite, our lives are finite, I think that we should each pick and choose. And I think that there is a place for each person in the social structure, in the hierarchy. Maybe that's high-minded. I've trouble supporting that assertion. It's a rhetorical assertion, I admit. But it's a reasonably well-received rhetorical assertion. And so, unless you want to challenge it, I'll just let it stand for the moment. I don't know. It at least serves as a reasonable social shorthand for people who are not dialectically disposed. To sort of understand where I'm coming from. I don't want to leave anybody out, but it's not up to me at the end of the day, right? I can't simply, through sheer force of will, pull somebody up just because I want to. And that was a hard lesson for me to learn, given our educational environment and the idealism that we were taught to embrace in our youth. It took me decades to overcome that, when, had I think I've been properly taught that, the reality of things in life when I was young, I could have avoided that. I could have avoided years of heartache and misspent energy and effort. But on the other hand, I would be a different person than who I am. And I quite like who I am. So in a certain sense, our experiences become part of us, even the negative ones. And Yeah, it's fine. Well, I think that autism, at least to some extent, and without drawing or maybe intentionally drawing a distinction between the, I don't even know where the line falls per se, right? I'm not familiar enough with the definitions, right? But you have the clinically autistic. It can be a burden. Some of who I've known in my life, I tend to get along with those people quite well, uh, in spite of their shortcomings, the incredible stubbornness. I recall a peer of mine once was very, very unhappy that I didn't want to park in the no parking zone for a brief moment while he, went in to talk to somebody shortly. We probably could have gotten away with it just fine. But in my own set of thinking, I was taking the risk of getting the parking ticket, and I simply was unwilling to do so. So we were going to find a parking spot, and we were going to walk. I wasn't going to risk the parking ticket. And he resented that for a day or two. And after he got over it, we were friends again, and it was just fine. um, and to varying degrees, I think it can be socially debilitating to a certain point. Right, some people who have those characteristics in a high degree, it can be a great struggle for them. But I generally find that for the most part, I don't have trouble with such people. I generally quite like them and have about zero issues dealing with them socially. In fact, some of some of the young children that I've encountered in that end, who have great difficulty overall, take a liking to me almost immediately. I've somehow, I don't know, maybe this is just bragging, but I feel like I have a talent, or uh, an inherent sort of grasp to understand where they're coming from, even if they are not speaking. I can just recall this one experience. I was at a an Uno's Pizzeria with a colleague of mine who had some business dealings um, with his business partners that we were there to talk with, and uh, his business partner's daughter was along for that meeting, and right or wrong, whatever the circumstances were, she was one of these very, very autistic children, and she was playing tic-tac-toe on the the placemat that they had there. They had some crayons or whatever for the children, and she was occupying herself while they were waiting for the food. And so I picked up a crayon and I started playing with her, and I made a great show of thinking really hard about every move. And I found out later on, it came through the grapevine, that she was so enamored by me that she took a phone, she took her mother's phone and took a picture of me and set it as the background. Uh, so her mother uh, jokingly asserted that that in a few years I could be good marriage material for her daughter. A bit of a bold assertion, but I don't know that she was wrong per se. Although such things can be short-lived, and I don't know that arrangement could have worked out. I probably would have needed more. Would be a great burden to be married to such a person. Um, who knows? Yeah, I didn't choose that path, of course, so it's not a thing. But uh, anyhow, to a degree, there are many people who have mild symptoms that they got to get along just fine, and perhaps I'm among them. I don't know. I don't know enough about what constitutes a clinical diagnosis to say whether I'm clinically autistic or not, and I don't really care to make that effort. It's not important enough to me. But I certainly, to be fair, fall on the high functioning end of the spectrum, and in my mature years don't have trouble dealing with people socially. I've just learned how to manage my own energy to that end, and as long as I'm responsible about doing so, I don't really have any reservations about dealing with the public here or there. You know, it's not something that I seek to do, but it's not the burden for me that it might have been when I was younger. So these things can be figured out. Although I will say that the advice that most of the people had to offer to me on these matters was not helpful at all, and that's because uh, their argumentation was rhetorical and was not founded in fact. And had it been founded in fact, and had it been dialectical, uh, I could have come to understand these things much better at a much younger age, but it's simply not. Our society does not cater to the dialectical, and so I was at the disadvantage. And I have a bit of a chip on my shoulder about public education in that regard. The higher education, meets my expectations to a much higher degree, but my K through 12 experience was miserable, quite frankly. And I have, with some exceptions of some teachers that were phenomenal, and I would suppose that most people had good experiences somewhere along the way. I was very, very unhappy with the management and the curriculum, particularly the curriculum, but also the administration of my K through 12 education. Based on this, a conveyor belt. What do they call it? Uh, Prussian model. That was put in place 70 years ago now, did not serve me well at all, and all that tax money that was spent educating me was effectively wasted in my mind. We could have done much better. Oh, I've got a group offer. This could be exciting for some of the viewers. Let's see here. Yes, please. On my way. So the Nobles is not my favorite camp, but it should be better than distractedly hunting sand giants here, which I'm doing a terrible job of. So let's go to do the Nobles. Yeah, ultimately I did adapt well, but mostly for YouTube teaching me the truth about a great many things that I would have never learned otherwise. And maybe I shouldn't say that. Maybe had I lived in a previous era, I could have learned some of the things at a younger age. Going to local taverns or whatnot, and speaking with people who that are not so academically detached from the real world. Maybe I could have learned these things at a younger age. It's hard to say. It's also quite possible that I could have been cloistered, right? I think in the Middle Ages, monastery life would have suited me extremely well, and I would have been a monk, and I would have been a very happy monk. But not so much now. Maybe I don't know what it's like to live in a monastery in the modern era, but probably I'm not spending so much time streaming on Twitch, so which I have enjoyed heretofore. I hope to continue to do, at least for the short term. So I think we all go through developmental epochs in our life, and some people, they reach a place where they're happy and they simply, they're happy. They don't want to expend the effort to continuing to learn more. But I have a voracious appetite, and when I reach a level of proficiency in some area or another, then I seek new avenues of learning. And streaming for me has been an avenue of learning. And I may reach a time where it's become boring to me, or I've plateaued out, and I don't think that I can do anything else there. And if I get there, maybe I'll stop, right? But there are all kinds of games in my library that I want to play, and this living room experience that I'm seeking, I think that I'll always want that. So maybe not. Maybe I can turn this into a thing, and I think that I can. I don't care too much if I ever make it an economical thing. That's not particularly important to me, but I think that I can succeed at getting enough of an audience to have the living room experience that I'm seeking. And yeah, uh, if Twitch can serve as a platform for putting me in touch with other people who are like-minded, who love video games as much as I do, right? Who want to talk about design and just their favorite experiences. That's what I want. That's what I'm here for. and if I ever make a penny, that would just be gravy. It would be great gravy, right? But uh, you know, I can make a living exercising my technical skills. I always will be able to. Uh, I hope, at least, it's my expectation that I should remain employable well into my twilight years. And to that end, I want to spend the time that I have doing things that I really enjoy. So, and one of those things that I enjoy was sitting in the living room playing Nintendo games when I was a young man. You know, when I saw Ratatouille, and that there's that part where the main character, well, the mouse is the main character, right? But the kid is talking to I can't remember his name, Yago, whatever, whatever the critic's name is, and he says, "You like food, right?" And he says, "I don't like food. I love food, and if I don't like it, I don't swallow." Right? And I immediately, after I heard that, I said, "I feel that way about video games, right? If it's a crummy video game, I don't have time to play it. I just want to play games that I love." Or that I like, right? But if I don't like it, at least anyway, I don't want to play it. There's plenty of games out there these days. It isn't like it was back in the day where you had a very finite selection. I don't have to play a game that I don't like. I can just pick another game that I do like. So that's such a feel-good movie. I don't know. I'm not really a film critic, but I haven't seen enough of them. Never really worked to develop that skill set. Listening, I have a peer who's I think talented in that regard, who has a keen eye for cinematography and all that stuff, which I don't understand. Even I think that there's a rhetorical understanding to putting together a scene that I mostly lack a fine grasp of. And while I think I'll continue to develop in that regard throughout my life, I'll never be excellent at that. There are other people who are simply more talented in that area. And, I will look to those people to help me discern, between, just the pretty good and the great, because I can't tell the difference. But I quite like Ratatouille. All right. Well, thank you for joining me. It's been a pleasure talking with you today. I'm sure I'll see you back again sometime. Don't be a scrub. That's I'm going to make that my catchphrase if I can remember it. Yeah, I think the internet is great opportunity for like-minded people to connect themselves to others who wish to. So having to sort through the sea of humanity, that's difficult. But if I can let other people come to me, that's maybe not such a bad approach to that problem. And heck, I mean, if there's a game you want to play, we can play it. Right? I'm up for that. Right? Somebody was talking about Gauntlet earlier. I don't know which version of Gauntlet they were talking about. I'm probably not too keen to play the NES one. I actually quite like it. It's challenging. It's actually very difficult to get to the end. I don't think that I ever beat it legit. I might have beaten it once with the Game Genie just to see the end. If you remember the Game Genie, 3 wishes, right? But a very challenging game. Hats off to anybody who has beaten it legitimately. That's a challenging game, one that I quite like. I don't think I really want to go back to it. It would be a bit of an investment for me to relearn where all of the key pickups are, and how to speed through all the maps, and I don't care to, I don't think there's enough there for me to want to go back and do that. But I would definitely be interested in playing the Warner Brothers version of Gauntlet on some of the harder settings. I think we just played it on easy or maybe moderate, but I would like to play it on hard if there's people out there that want to do that. I would love to stream that. That would be just a ton of fun for me, I think. You know, I don't care to make it to the top of the leaderboard or, you know, do the speed running or any of that's not important to me. I just want to master it at that challenge level. But I think that could be a lot of fun. Oh, I should put on my guys. Maybe there isn't anybody that's going to aggro me here, but it doesn't hurt to be careful. Oh. Somehow I ended up in the northeast corner, which was not my objective. Too busy talking, I suppose. We'll see how well. I guess without people chatting with me directly, I'll revert to my more introverted, native perspective is not the right word. Mental state. I probably won't talk so much. Oh, south. Okay, I'm going the wrong way. I've got to turn around here. Probably wondering what's taking me so long here to get to Nobles. I hate grouping there with a bunch of level 50s. I was level 46. I was there for like 12 hours and I only got 2 bubbles of experience. It was miserable. And I didn't win any rolls. That was an awful, awful day in EQ. I was just, I don't know. I felt that I cheated myself a little bit. I could have been more productive with that time, but oh well. I mean, live and learn, right? It might be better for me now that I'm level 48. Maybe I'll, who knows, maybe by the time I'm done here, I'll be 50. Although, probably when I hit 48, I want to go to get new spells. We'll see what the group wants, right? If they'll let me come back, maybe I'll go and get those, but maybe I'll just stick with this group until it dissolves. So you're at 7:30, so probably not going to make it too late. I don't know. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I guess I was at the Nobles here till. Oh, I was there all night one time, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. At least it's a camp that I know. Well, I know a little bit. I haven't pulled there, but it's less intimidating walking into an environment that you're a little bit familiar with. There is, I very much feel that with it, one thing this game does a really good job with is that each zone, the locations, very much have a set of player knowledge that go along with them, right? So being familiar with a zone really matters. It really matters a lot. And while it's true that once you learn it, you know it. There are zones in this game, including Stormfront here, that I'm not really familiar with, right? I've never come into Stormfront when I was level appropriate for the content, so I don't really know. I mean, I know the locations of the zone lines, but I don't really know, where good spots are to camp, what level to camp, those things, where the good drops are. I don't know any of that stuff about this zone because I never played here. So. And that's true for a number of other zones in the game as well. All right. Oh, I went into Sol A. Whoops. Getting into the right zone, see? I was just distracted. I knew Sol B was the other one. Call me absent-minded. It is a fact of life for me. Yes. Oh, I forgot. I will just hop. I don't know if camouflage really works in here. Never. I'm just gonna wait for the all clear. Better play it safe. I've had trouble in this zone in the past, so. I caused a wipe here once. I have a guilty conscience about it. I don't want to do it again. Hello. If you just joined us, I got an invite to a Solb B group. Invites at this level for me are rare, so I pretty much always take them. Okay. Go bull. Just spawn. Okay. Okay. Yeah, if you have any questions, I'm really terrible probably about watching the chat at the same time while I'm trying to play. Probably the group that I'm in deserves my attention, so just if you wait patiently, I'll examine the chat eventually when there's some downtime and respond to any questions that you have. I make no claims to being efficient or terribly skilled, but I would make a claim to being proficient, at least at this camp, at this level. So yes, I've had a great deal of success tanking. Generally, to be a face tanker as a ranger means that you are, on the high edge of the level curve for a particular set of content. And quite frankly, at this level, a monk is flat out a better tank than a ranger, unless you're speed tanking. So I don't seek to be a tank, but I will do speed tanking in an outside zone if the group makeup calls for it. But in here, of course, I'll be DPS, which, of course, since the ranger DPS is so bad, means I'm one of the worst DPSers. I mean, my DPS is no better, and in fact, on the melee front, is worse than a warrior's. So, just the fact that they asked me to come means that they're having a hard time getting somebody to come. So I strive really hard, when I do get these groups to justify my presence by not screwing up and, making myself valuable. Often, in situations where there's no incentive for them to have me, I'll offer to forego loot in order to get a spot in the group. I've had some success doing that in the Ocean of Tears. I did that earlier today and a couple of days back. And they eventually allowed me to collect some loot. And because I was there all day, I earned a massive amount of plat, some 16 or 1400 plat, I think, the other day. It was a massive amount, over 1,000 anyway. It's on this. on the video. So in the leveling content, I did not start having trouble getting groups until about 42-ish or so. After that, there's a bit of prejudice that Rangers face as a consequence of the experience penalty mostly. I think that most people don't care that much about the suboptimalness, of a Ranger's ability to contribute to a group. There are some things we can add, right? The snare factor isn't a bad contribution that we can make to some groups. But if you're in an outside group, right, Rangers actually are a good choice in an outdoor zone like Kazakhstan, and I did not have trouble getting groups there. But once I was out leveled for Kazakhstan, 46-ish or so, 47, it was very hard for me to get groups here in Solb. This is really the third group. Oh, I know the way. I was waiting to be polite. Do you know if... I'm not sure if camouflage works in here. I am inclined to think that it probably doesn't, but I don't know that it doesn't. It probably works on some mobs and not others. Okay, yeah, then it doesn't. Okay, no then. There's Ranger in here. Okay, I've got to go this way. Okay. And I've got to not run too far past this trap. Do some camera tricks to see if this room is occupied, which it's not. And I believe it's this one. Okay. And here we are. Okay. Might as well help them out. I'm gonna get an invite. Right. The problem with chatting, this is sort of a thorn in my craw, just a little one, is that it is less efficient for me than talking. And in a day of so many easy to use tools and there are good reasons to not use those tools, but the argument that many people will lay forth here that they want the classic experience, I don't think it's honest. I just think there are, whatever, for other reasons they don't want to use the modern tools, and I mildly dislike it. We'll put it that way. I gotta find out. Okay. Fat boy. Okay, engorged it is, since he's a proper tank. I don't know what lovely is, but no, what happened? Probably close this tail window now. Yeah, I played. I was playing when teal was a thing, and I loved it because the server was empty. It was so easy to get mobs. No competition. I didn't encounter any competition for anything until there's a chopper overhead or something making a bunch of noise, or I don't know if that's feedback on my mic. I can't tell. It's something outside. Okay, I thought maybe I was doing something wrong with the audio. Let's see how good the noise reduction is on my mic. One of my roommates is watching a movie. I'm watching the audio mixer just to see if it's picking up that sound or not. Well, let me know if it becomes a problem, and I will try to make adjustments. So they're doing a new server. I heard something about an Aerodune server. That's curious to me, but I don't really know anything about it except for somebody mentioned it. So. Yeah, I mean, that to me is just, so is that live or is that, I don't know what TLP stands for, but I'm curious if you want to fill me in. Progression server of some sort, I think that's probably. Time locked. So that's one of the Daybreak Offerings? I have to suppose that it would be. Yeah, somebody else in the chat, I don't know, a couple days ago when I was playing, said that they were planning on doing that. So, or is that a Project 1999 thing, and I'm misunderstanding? Oh no, well it could be either. It's probably all well. The calendar for Blue didn't was so stretched out because they were working on stuff that it really didn't follow. It followed the order of the classic release, but I mean that server is so saturated with items. It's not. I don't know that you can really call it a classic experience. I don't know that there's any help for it either. And I enjoyed playing on it, but I was also really happy about green. I was also really, really happy. You know, if I ever had any criticism for Daybreak, I take it back because they gave a pass to P99. You know, I don't really like EQ2 very much, but you know, if I couldn't play any other games and it was my only option, I might play it. But anyway, sure. I can put that in my sow slot since we're not outside. We'll get our main tank here as well, since he benefits from armor class. Guess I am on buffing duty too. I don't really know what class is. It looks like we have a cleric, maybe? Is that a cleric? We'll see. Yep, he's a cleric. Okay, and a bard. I think that's a bard with a guise. Or the nerfed equivalent. Oh, that guy might be a shaman though. Or a rogue. Probably a rogue. G-A-U-N-T-E-N. Yep, rogue. Okay, I should have known. I'm happy he's here, right? He'll make things a lot faster, but shaman buffs would be nice as well. Yeah, the rogues are king of DPS in this era, I'm pretty sure. You know, what's the cliche meme with the coffee mug? I don't remember. Tell me I'm wrong or something, whatever it is. Must be separate computers. That'll be almost impossible for them to enforce in an era of virtual machines. In fact, the only way to truly enforce it is to have what they call, oh gosh, I don't even know if I can remember this term. You have to have some code running at a very low level on the hardware to detect that it's a virtual machine. And maybe they can do it, right? I suppose they probably already have access to the software as a part of their development. It's probably already built in, but that's a non-trivial problem, right? Inevitably, not that it matters for EQ, right? But in order to do so, you're going to take a performance hit. There's no way around it. And I don't really approve. As it's a hard thing, right? Because I don't want to play on a game, right? I don't play Counter-Strike 0 because the cheating is horrible. I don't want to deal with all the cheaters, right? But there's a price to pay. So they have to have this anti-cheating software that they use, and there's some overhead there that you pay in your performance in order to run that software. And it may be greater or lesser, but it really bugs me a lot that is necessary, right? I don't really have a solution, but I can't tell you how much it irritates me that I have to do that because other people playing the game are cheating. That makes me so it irritates me so much that I don't want to play that game, right? Well, probably should put a stopper in that rant there. But I really dislike cheaters, right? It's the height of rudeness. Yeah, I think that probably they will not have the Ranger experience penalty on that server, but if they do, and you make it to 50 with a penalty, kudos. It's a non-trivial achievement. I would say it's not that it's that hard, but the barriers are higher than if you play a more popular class. They will be higher. So good luck to you. I wish you well in that endeavor. My fellow Ranger player. Yeah, I don't know. Boxing. I don't really care if another player wants to box per se. The only reason I care about it on P99 is because you agree not to when you sign up, right? That's part of what you're promising. So I want people to do what they say they're going to do. And there are occasions where I've suspected that a person is boxing, but hard to prove. And with the virtual machine technology and VPNs, it's actually fairly easy to defeat it, except for, being observed firsthand by GN. Then they can figure out that you're cheating. In that regard, you're cheating their standards, is what I mean. And it's it's their environment. The first plank in my guild is don't be a scrub as a second plank. The first plank is you're a guest, and that's it's pretty important to me, right? It just they get to set the rules, and if you're going to play here, you need to abide by them. Yeah, I imagine that they are. They probably have access to some of the spells that they don't have on P99. And really, the XP penalty is the biggest part of the problem. All the other stuff, I think, would not be a big deal to the community as a whole. But the experience penalty, they don't have time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that, right, is the cliche. I didn't have problems in the earlier levels. It wasn't until post 42 that I started having trouble getting groups. And even then, I think a very dedicated player can be active about going into OOC and requesting, group membership and getting on lists and whatnot, and could have more success than I had. I have a finite tolerance for running around the server into, whatever. I mean, your options at that point in this period in Classic are Solb, Kazakh. You could do guards, which I find to be extremely distasteful. I don't really care. I don't go through a Freeport or one of these other zones and say, how dare the person kill a guard. It doesn't bother me on that level, but I just on the level of, a new player, is running through their noob zone, and they got to run through the gate, and just watch the guards that are there to protect them get slaughtered. On that level, I find it to be distasteful, and so I'm not going to go and kill the guards for that reason. But I don't think that is by itself enough of a reason that somebody shouldn't do it, right? I think that's mostly a feeling motivated line of reasoning, and should only apply to me and not anyone else, per se, right? Unless they agree, unless they feel the same way. Buffs are fading. I should probably buff the whole team here. I'm not being a very good ranger. Yeah, I really love my experience on P99 overall. I can't say that there are not negative aspects to it. There are, but given that it's a free option, so to speak, they offer their servers for free. Nothing is free, but given that they allow you to play for free, and the rules that they put forth, I've been very satisfied with my experience. So, yes, the raid content is more or less inaccessible unless you're, unless you can play the social game here on P99. That is a fact. It is a disadvantage. In fact, it's so much of a problem that they had to go back and change some of the classic content in one of their most recent patches because the players found out another way to break it, and it was making the game the raid content, it was making it very non-classic. A lot of controversy over those changes in terms of recharging items was what it was. So what people were doing, and this is a really complicated subject, and I'm not familiar with all the details, but one of the things that people were doing was that they were taking redwood wands and they were wanding down, right? If you have a whole stack of these wands in your inventory, they'd go into a raid and they'd wand down the raid boss just by clicking on all these wands, and then they'd recharge the wand after the fact. And I have to think that if that had been happening on live, they would have nerfed it as well. And that is my defense of it. Now, I think that there are legitimate arguments on the other side of that conversation that should not be ignored. However, again, I'm a guest. They get to develop their server how they're like, and I'm not unhappy overall with their decision. I think it is an adequate adjustment. It definitely means changes, right? The raid scene on green changed significantly as a consequence of that occurrence, and given that I am not on the raid scene, it didn't really affect me. But there are a lot of people that had a lot of platinum invested in redwood wands that lost that investment when that change was made, and I feel a little bit bad for them, but only a little. They could have realized that they weren't going to be able to continue to do that. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. To me, that's, well, strictly speaking, within the rules at the time, it wasn't, that couldn't have been a classic experience for that player. So, yeah, I don't really care, right? to me, that's vanity, right? They can maybe claim that they got the server first by doing this. What are they really claiming? You know, they play the game on easy mode. I don't really. To me, that's not much of a claim. It's sort of almost the contrary, a badge of dishonor. I don't have strong feelings about it. I really don't care if somebody did it. It doesn't matter to me personally, but I wouldn't choose to do it myself. It is to miss the game to do it that way. So, I had so much fun playing in Kazakhstan, in City. I'm sorry, that's Castle Mistmore, in Unrest. And I'm sure I played in other zones, right? But I had so much fun in those groups. To do it the other way, to have wanted it, would have been to lessen my experience. So I'm not even jealous, not in the slightest. You know, he gets the little badge and he can claim on the server that he has a server first. Who cares? I don't care. It means nothing to me. I should be healing here too, probably. Oh, they died. I guess we got a cleric. They can get a res. I don't know what level a cleric was. At 36, not 446 is not high enough for a 90, but yeah, let's start spamming my nuke. Or not. Yep, it's Orc Impaler that I'm using. I have a short sword of Morin, but I'm using a shark bow and hammer that I got briefly. Just one time I decided I was going to pop into Kedge, and I was able to get that drop while I was in there. A very, very generous guild leader was playing there with his son, and they gave me all of the valuable loot when I was there. Yeah, kudos to, that was Nuggy, the guild leader of Iron Price. So yeah, he's probably not listening to this, but that was, I died 5 times, I think, while I was there, but I still came out ahead because the Zem changes in the zone really made the experience phenomenal. And the valuable drops that it gave me, including the shark bone. I mean, you don't just walk into a zone and get accepted into a group and, you know, get an upgrade for your weapon slot, right? But I did. That's exactly what happened. So yeah, a very memorable experience that, you know, you can see for yourself if you want to look back in the archives on YouTube. I don't remember which episode particularly. I should probably, it might be in the description, probably. Yep, I like Orc Impaler a lot. You know, I'll use it until I get something better, of course. I'm sure that goes without saying, but I hope our monk is getting experience for all of this. Drop. I'm not doing a good job here of managing my mana. I should be sitting between heals if I'm doing it properly. Looks like our monk got a res. Yeah, I'm not sure. Eveny Blades, I don't even know what that item is. You know what's really funny to me about the wand thing? It's really entertaining to me that so many years, this many years right after the original development, that exploitation was only just figured out. It should have been obvious, quite frankly, right, to somebody even playing back in the day, but I guess you'd have to know about recharging for it to really be a thing. But anyway, it's funny to me. You know, that sort of player innovation, emergent play is still happening 20 years after the game was first released. That to me is that's an interesting commentary on you know, the something that this game brought to the table, right? You know, it's not going to be equally valuable to every person, right? But that's impressive to me. It's impressive. not every game is obviously, is going to achieve that. Yeah, harm touch Ditteran, that makes sense. I think that she got stunned as well. I don't recall exactly. Oh, that could have been a different pull. Oh, I guess there's a roll for something here. I should do it. Oh, boo. I've really had terrible luck on these rolls in here, but now that's funny. Wow, 298s. I would really love to get one of those, but I don't want to pay 1,700 for it. But I never win the roll when I'm in here, so I don't know. Maybe I need to compare it. Since the last time I was in here, they've released the etched ivy, and that might be, pretty close. Probably not something I need to worry about anyway. I should be tanking at my level, or for the most part, unless it's speed tanking. Where I'm out, well, that would be if I'm outside. Yeah, the odds of that series of rolls is unlikely, and I wonder if there wasn't some, funniness with the random number generator there, but I don't really care that much. It is what it is. Yeah, that's extremely unlikely that you would have 2 ties in a row. That's like a 1 in a million. Oh, it is literally exactly a 1 in a million chance that you have 2 people tie. Well, if you only had 2 people rolling, there's a 1 in a million chance that 2 people would tie. So it's an even lesser chance that you would have the winning rolls be ties two times in a row. That's extremely unlikely. So here you are. You just witnessed a 1 in a million odds set of rolls here. But that sort of thing is happening all the time on a subatomic level. We just don't care because it's not generally relevant to our lives. to admit the experience in here for me is not that good. I probably should have gotten some of those magician bags before I came in here too, but I don't care that much. Oh, and my pack is full of arrows. I should start using them. The Minotaur, Patriarchs, and Lower Guk. Ah, I do know that item. Yeah, the damage is decent for this era of content. I dislike the proc overall, but because it overrates what do you call it, snare. But it's all right. Right. I mean, certainly the proc should help you to keep aggro if you're trying to do that, which will be the case some of the time. You really need the Bard here to crowd control or we're going to wipe. Oh, I'm probably dead. I don't think I'll make it out. I don't know which way to go, frankly. It's the wrong way. So this way. Oh, I might make it out. We'll see. It'll be close. No. Oh, I didn't make it. Well, that's about as close as it gets. Oh, shoot. Except I'm in Greater Freydark. I forgot. I called that one. I knew it was going to be a wipe. Guess we didn't. Not everybody died, but I knew that we couldn't handle all those mobs. And I don't know if he tried to whatever they call that bard ability, mesmerize. That's probably not what it's called, right? But it does the equivalent. I don't know if he tried to use that or not, and it failed, right? Or if he just didn't have it on his bar. But it would have saved us. If he didn't use it, and he could have. Not very happy about that. I'm negative, I think, for the day, or yeah, I think I'm negative. That camp is really terrible at this level, so. But maybe I'll get a res here. Time. I'm sure he only has a 50%. He's not high enough for 90. But I don't want to pay for a port. Oh gosh, I can't spell. Maybe I should have tried to root one of those kobolds. I don't know that that would have been terribly effective, but I guess the one that I aggroed earlier, that might have been a better way for me to play that. I guess I wasn't thinking I was doing crowd control, but had I been a little more intelligent there, maybe I could have saved the group. Okay. Yeah, it would have been okay except for the ad from the pop. But you know, you need to keep track of these things. I have a kitchen timer here just for that. Except for I wasn't pulling, but you know, if we're going to own the outcomes of our decisions, right, then that's something that we can easily account for, is whether we're watching the timers or not. I mean, playing it in windowed mode, I can easily open a flash video with a stopwatch on it and keep track of it that way. So not everybody would be so creative, but it's at least accessible to everybody who, you know, wants to. I didn't really need to come to the docks here. I could have just stayed where I was. They're going to res me probably. But you never know. It's hilarious. Yeah, I might have been better off staying in Ocean of Tears, but you got to take a group when you get an offer. Well, I guess I went back because at the time I didn't expect that there was anybody else that wanted me on the Sea Fury Island. But I might be level 49 already if I had stayed. That's nice, a 90.
It's looking better.
A little animation that the kobolds do after they die frequently causes me just a brief moment of fight or flight.
Something tells me they're not members of my group. I should go back.
Oh, I'm glad that we have a full group, or that we at least anticipate having a new one. If Hot-blooded. I always found that to be such a sort of interesting adjective to describe somebody, since generally our temperature doesn't vary that much from one person to another, and even where it does in small ways, there's no correlation between that and what we use that adjective to describe, which is somebody who's hot-tempered. Of course, we also use it in describing creatures versus a cold-blooded creature, but I'm sure that's not what he means here. Ignoring this one. I kind of think that we should kill him, but oh, he's petted. That's what we're at here. Okay. Probably not a great place for me to sit, but I need mana. Here, we'll sit by the enchanter back here. Thank you. Oh, and the monk just died again. That's all the mana that I have. I'm lost. I don't know where I am. Oh, I didn't make it. Darn it. I should have rooted that mob. That was a mistake on my part. I could have survived. But the visual cues in that dungeon are a bit challenging for me. I got to be careful which passage I take. I don't always take the right one. Thank you. Oh, maybe I couldn't have rooted because I didn't have any mana. I'd used it all already, so rooting was not an option for me. People in chat. Oh, for some reason I thought I was on the other side of Caldum. Thanks. Make it worth their while here. That's good. I got clarity. This enchanters are drug dealers meme never gets old to me. It's still funny 20 years later. That didn't take hold. Okay, well, he's got an AC buff, at least. Let's give him an agility buff. Make sure he's got thorns here. Yeah, I think I'll put that in the dot. Well, I don't know. I will do strength earth. Oh, he hid. I was just about to buff him. This is delicate work breaking this room, isn't it? Our warriors have a hard time getting the aggro back. Should maybe stop swinging. He's almost dead. He didn't do that much damage. As long as we solo pull him, it's not a problem. And this gets progressively less dangerous with each pull, of course. All right. I mean, haste is a really expensive spell because it's awesome, so I'll leave it up to the enchanter. It's not his fault if he doesn't want to haste me. August fine. It's a lot cheaper. It's just as good in many situations. Of course, having both is totally awesome, but All right, we'll see if we'll make any experience the third attempt in this room. Third attempt today. Monk Fiend Death, so you can drop that aggro. Oh, people. Healing the corpse doesn't do us any good. Which one? Oh, that helps. It shrinks it so you can visually see which one is which. Okay. Let's take a look. I etched. What do I need? The barbaronium. Yeah, I've got some work to do there. My vote would be for celerity on the warrior, but I don't care that much, I guess. I don't know how well he can hold that pet or not. Yeah. Come on, warrior. Alright, well, if you're not going to tank, then I'm going to tank. Oh, he got it. Must have got a proc. That's good. No, it doesn't have to be the polar. I can do it. Yeah, I can take the putt, all right. I don't think I can wear those. Nope. The AC is lower than the crested spalt. No, I don't remember. The AC, I thought it was 10, but the decks would be nice if I could wear them, but I can't, so. Counts as plate.
I should really start looting, make up for that res that I bought earlier. It's a little bit sad to me that I can pull aggro from the tank. Just auto attacking. Oh, I forgot I had all these arrows, darn it. Alright, I have to start shooting. Wrong spell, but he's dead anyway. Alright, I gotta stop doing this. I don't think I have any room. Oh, I do have a little bit. Let's move some of these arrows. I can destroy some fruit.
Let's set the timer. Should probably be 2 sentences pop and timer set. We'll set it to 20 minutes. I think there's one more in the room here. Well, it's a real slow experience in here, but it's something. Maybe I'll get lucky and get a breastplate drop. That would be a nice stroke of luck. But I'm not counting on it. It'd be kind of funny if there was like a counter on the wall here that ticked up every time somebody fell off into the lava. Sure what that was about. I don't know how to spell presumptuous. Maybe that's right. Table. Okay, pull it back away from the other one. Oh, well, I guess it doesn't matter. close. Yeah, less than a bubble now. Maybe we'll make it. And if we're done, then I don't know, I'll figure something else out. I mean, I'm positive now. I guess it's better than not being positive for the day. I'll have to adjust my macro in Celius. If we've got a new warrior or a paladin or something. Let's see. It can't be a paladin. Warrior. This person has a ruby breastplate, it looks like. Probably AFK or something. Better. I'll just take the bags for now. When is it?
He was holding that grip pretty well.
I just realized I am up 7 followers today. That is a huge percentage of my total. I should be more talkative more often. Let's put these gems in here. Yeah, I'll at least do his forthright. I find that to be acceptable.
Yeah, they sure do fly fast. I should maybe snare all of the bats that come in. 3 kobolds. I think we have a enchanter, I think. Yeah, that sucked.
can see it. No, we're rolling over. That's
Seriously. Oh, we tried.
Oh. spells. I'd have done another way out though. north. Um, um, uh, squeeze. I think I've got Bramblecoat sitting in the bank already. Well, I made enough to pay for the res that I bought. It's something.
Hmm.
We'll check and see if the Rangers can even mem spike coat right now. I bet that they can't. But it would be sweet if they can. Uh, the short answer is no, they can't. So I'm going to rearrange my spell book then briefly. Lovely. Apparently. Fighter. Let's see that stuff. All right, Twitch. I'll see if there's anybody I can raid. Nope, nobody's on. All right, then. Don't be a scrub. Have a good one. I just made level 49 to answer your question.